jump as soon as you hit grid. Last jump for the scouting party. Then we gotta scout the wormhole.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome. Whoa. Let's go! Yeah! Hold. Hold. All right, here's the plan. We're gonna try to burn out of this thing as fast as we can. Come on! Yes! Oh! We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh, shit! Let's go! Ha ha ha! Perfect. All right, and the DST's on the way. We made it. Boojum. As soon as I hit grid, I'll let you know. You can work to me. Boojum. Boojum. Not an Boojum, but Boojum. That was fun. That was really fun.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Boojum-Verse. Yesterday, we began our Wormhole Survival Guide, a tutorial on how you can join us in just 1 week for 2 days to nomadically roam through all of Anoikos together. If you haven't spent much time in J-Space, well, you found the right channel to learn all there is about wormhole life. Day tripping, nomading, setting up a permanent home, whatever it may be. You can see that we have a lot to cover. We were able to get through UI all the way down to forging the chain yesterday. But we also dabbled a little bit in interactions with the other children of the chain. And praise Bob, soon our frozen corpse will be sacrificed to Bob nearby the sun in a C2 wormhole. We lost our Tengu gloriously in combat, taking what appeared to be double bait. It was an amazing battle, an amazing fight. But Bob, while they may take, Bob also gives. Today, we'll be covering what fits you can bring into J-Space with what ships, why bring those fits and those ships, and what is to be done in J-Space. What gifts does Bob have to provide to all of us capsuleers that explore the void? You see, while we may have lost our Tengu yesterday, Bob gives so much that we've immediately replaced it. We're going to begin today's tutorial covering some third-party tools, mapping sites off of the internet that you can use to help find your way around not just J-Space, but also K-Space. Then we're going to go into some of the fits that we have for different ships. And finally, we'll get into the rest of the tutorial. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Hashtag fail on Twitch and hashtag fast on YouTube for our first giveaways.
All right. What is going on, everyone? What is happening? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the Boojum-Verse. If you guys, who was not here yesterday? Caroline, what's going on? Who was not here yesterday when we lost our Tengu? Man, that was exciting. So exciting. If you guys weren't here yesterday when we lost it, maybe we'll go watch it. It was pretty amazing. You weren't here, Hoot? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was. Let's take a look at it, huh? That was fun. Let's see. Before we do that, though, I need to double check. I feel like for some reason I may not be live on YouTube, which is should not be very much fun. I need to check. I need to check somehow. A little AV real quick. A little AV real quick. Yeah, I feel like we're not, right? You lost your Arazu a few days ago? Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We, dude, the Tengu loss yesterday was spectacular. We found a Stratios that looked like they were exploring, but then immediately appeared to be bait. Was convinced the Stratios was bait. And then we saw another Tengu attack the Stratios, which I thought either the Stratios, I thought they were together, so I thought maybe the Stratios isn't bait, and we can third-party this fight. So we tried to jump in to kill the Tengu that was attacking the Stratios. The Tengu saw us, escaped. The Stratios actually was bait, but it was bait for 5 other Proteuses that subsequently killed us. It was amazing. I love PvP in Wormhole space. It is such a insane, exciting back and forth of hunter and hunted. It was great. It was so much fun. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that I'm not live on YouTube. I actually am live, but it's somehow unlisted, I'm pretty sure. So we need to... I'm going to remedy this real fast while we hang out here. And then while we do that, why don't you guys let me know, are there any other topics that you would like to see us cover on Wormhole Life? So, is there anything in about J-Space that you guys have always had questions on or don't know, etc., etc.? Here we go. There we go. There we go. We got it. I think we should be good to go on YouTube now. So if there is anybody who's here on YouTube, which I'm sure there isn't at this point. Anyway, if anybody does jump into the YouTube, we're doing our giveaway there as well. And it's #fast. #fast on YouTube. There we go. Yes. I knew we could do it. I knew we could do it, team. YouTube's a strange platform when it comes to streaming. Very strange. Every time you go live, it retains the previous settings of the edited video you did last time. So, for example, we had ourselves a little secret stream last night. A little test stream, please ignore, as Tamber, old Kadari Prime Pony Club says. And I went and made it unlisted, which made today's live stream unlisted. So we fixed it. We nailed it. We nailed it. Let's see. Where are the Cloaky Lokis? That's right. That's always the question, Caroline. That is always the question. Where are the Cloaky Lokis? The answer, it turns out, is everywhere. They are always in your system in J-Space. The Draugr that Jumpy was able to warp disrupt from 80 kilometers. Oh my goodness. That's a huge lesson. Yes. Tried to burn out of his attack range and he just had insane range. Dude, that's crazy. 80 clicks. Yeah, that Proteus that got us yesterday is using a warp disruptor. Now, I will say, I don't know if any of you guys saw our recent video on YouTube on our Tengu fit. We had just converted our PvP fit from an overprop Tengu, 100 meganewton afterburning Tengu, to a just 10 meganewton one to try and increase our shield booster effectiveness a little bit. We went with a large shield booster instead of a medium. So we had to swap out the AB. The result is that yesterday, when we got jumped by the 5 Proteuses, I tried to burn away, but I wasn't being webbed, but I could only make it like 500 meters per second. Versus if I had that overpropped one, oh man, we would have been going at 1200 meters per second. We would have gotten away for sure. It would have been amazing. But, oh well. Well, we're gonna try this new fit with our Tengu again. Just see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Blitz right there, looking over your shoulder. That's right. That's right. They're permanently 2,501 kilometers away. Yes. Fly dangerous, suit. Fly dangerous. All right, so we got everything going. We got #fail on Twitch, #fast on YouTube. Welcome everybody from YouTube as well. Administrator admin, welcome. By the way, I have to say, Cranit. I was looking at one of my old VODs from the very first day that we played EVE Online, and I believe you were one of my very, very first members of chat. Just spectacular. We were also taking a walk down memory lane, looking at how we got into wormhole space, and we relearned a wonderful lesson that I would like to share with you when it comes to making perch points using your probes. I don't think a lot of people know about this. It'd be pretty cool. We learned it on day 3. Forgot about it and have relearned it again here on day more than 3. Okay, can you guys think of anything else we should talk about aside from where are the Cloaky Lokis? Safety and shadows. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. We're just going to talk about cloaking devices, talk about save points. For, situational awareness, we're going to talk about what that means in JSpace. What does SA mean? We'll go through all the activities that Bob has to offer. We may demo some of them. Primarily what I want to demo is a C3 combat site if we can get our Loki back. If we can get the Loki back, that'd be great. A reminder on constant descanning. Yes, we will talk about that for sure, Caroline. We will talk about that for sure. Beware targeting customs offices. Ooh, that's a good point. Complain they descan and still got attacked. Interesting. We'll talk about that in just a second here. We'll talk about what I mean by a nomad's home. A nomad's home, yes, is, how to use mobile depots. I think that those can be confusing. I know I was personally very confused at the prospect of using a mobile depot. I didn't understand how to use them, so we'll talk about that. And then we're going to talk about the Children of the Chain, which we won't talk about as much today because we met a whole bunch of the Children of the Chain yesterday. And I think that that was a really good example of how your typical wormhole interactions go with other players. It is just an immediate game of hunt and be hunted. It's a little bit different, I feel, than your low-sec and K-space, even null-sec interactions. It's quite the game. I love it. So let's talk about that real quick, Caroline. Ask them how often they descan. They said every 5 minutes, huh? Every 5 minutes is not nearly often enough. As we mentioned yesterday, we remapped our descan to our mouse button 4 here on the side. So I've got that right there available. You'll often hear JSpacers talking about how they've worn out their V key. I am constantly descanning. It is like a nervous, like every second or so, descan is going off as often as possible. It could have saved our lives yesterday. Saved our Tengu anyway. We got our pod away. I'll actually show you the clip. We watched back. We have some good lessons learned from our fight yesterday. And that descan is just happening all the time. In fact, it's so ingrained into my muscle memory now that I have to make sure I'm careful where my mouse is, because sometimes I'll be looking at my browsers and different, and Google and stuff like that, and I'll try to descan on Google, and it'll mess up my browsers, and it's somehow mapped to go back a page and some other weird stuff too. So descan station, yep, I do that too. I descan all through K-Space as well. I forget to look at local in K-Space, which is weird. I never look at local. I just descan everywhere. Anyway. Okay, so you guys want to see what happened yesterday? And then we'll jump into this stuff. We're going to start off with safety and shadows. Well, actually, what we're going to start off with is what ships you might want to bring next weekend to our little Armada fleet. And where and how to get back to some of your friends that are out in JSpace. Don't descan and don't check it. That'll happen, Hoot. That will happen. Frequent descanning is the very first habit to make in JSpace. To build that habit. For sure. For sure. Okay, let's see. Let me pull this up. Okay, here we go, guys. Check this out. Remember we connected to you? Oh yeah, we wandered into your wormhole, John, and we went and got that kill with that Loki. That was amazing. That was amazing. We get to watch me watching.
We didn't look like we were together, but we were. That's true. That's true. Third party's the best party.
Okay, so to set the stage, yesterday, as we were demonstrating how to explore a chain of wormholes, right? we wandered into this little C2 here. And in this C2, we found a Stratios that came out of a C4. And it looked like they were starting to rat. They looked like they were very clearly bait. Boojception. That's right. That's right. Dude, get a massive Children of the Chain fleet going and fight a battle wormhole space. That's the idea, Hoot. That is the idea. Except for, so I think maybe some people don't understand what we're talking about when I mean that the Children of the Chain alliance, once we've united all of J space together, that the alliance will spill forth into K space and invade all of known space. So imagine if you will, at the exact same time, simultaneously, if you will, thousands upon thousands of wormhole ships exit hundreds of wormholes all across New Eden, everywhere, and begin attacking every system that they happen to emerge from. So it's not one giant fleet. It is hundreds and hundreds of small fleets all across all of New Eden, all at the same time. Locking down gates, ganking people in high sec, destroying everything in low sec, destroying citadels in null sec, and then, just as quickly as they all appeared, they're gone. That would be amazing. That's the dream. Someday. Someday, Moshpit. Someday. As long as we can get all of J Space united under the Children of the Chain, someday that will happen. Sounds like a nightmare? A wonderful, wonderful nightmare. Okay. Let's just take a look at this. This is a good example. This is a great example of lack of patience. Even when you think you have patience, not having enough patience. So I think as Blitz was saying, we have to train patience up to 5. My patience is at like 4.5 apparently. I got to train my patience a little bit more. Just keep on skilling up to patience level 5 here in J space. You can see just how quickly the tide of battle can turn here. It's so spectacular. You think you know what's happening, and suddenly you don't. And then you think you know what's happening again, and then you really don't. And then you're dead. It's amazing. So I hope you have fun watching this. I know I had a lot of fun flying this. And I'm going to pause it. We'll pause it during it. And I think there was one opportunity where, speaking of D-scan, we didn't hit D-scan quite enough, and we could have totally escaped from this encounter. Okay, let's jump in. Good recap from yesterday's tutorial.
Gonna watch it and hang on out. Never not take the bait. That's right. That's right. Remember when we connected to you? Oh yeah, we wandered into your wormhole, Carolina, and
Double
we
me.
went and got that kill with that Loki. That was amazing. That was amazing. We didn't look like we were together, but we were. That's true. That's true. Third party is the best party. Dude, I'd love to kill the Stratios too. They're so much fun to fight. They go down really
Tactical
fast,
replay. That's right.
Oh man, the Stratios kill we got the other day was amazing. It was so good. But when you're hunting in wormhole space, the important thing is that you choose to pounce when the time is right.
I love the foreshadowing.
So, hunting in Anoikos is all about patience. It is 100% about being patient, right? Like, if this is actually not bait, there's another data site here that they may choose to go to. If it's actually not bait, that other cruiser is almost certainly going to try and attack this ship. And if they do, we'll pounce on it. If they don't, they're together. So with a little bit of patience, we can wait. And there's like no rush, you know what I mean? I'm going to find more Stratiosi. I'm going to find more cruisers out there that we can go and fight and do good work with. Make the Explorer do all the hard work. That's right. That's right. So just chill. There's no rush, right? We were moving quickly for a second there, but we got a little bit of information that made it smell off, so let's just chill. Aha, look. A Tengu. Let's see. Are they fighting each other? It would appear they are. Wonderful. I love that. Let's immediately start moving towards the Tengu and see if we can get this guy in.
Okay, so that Tengu there did a really good job. As soon as they saw us on their D-scan, they were out and gone immediately. Jumping in to third party, definitely a good idea. I'm really happy that we jumped in on this and attempted to get some kills here, because that's how you really learn, right? That is how we learn here. Fail fast is how we learn the best, personally. And so had we just watched this and not jumped in, I feel like the lesson would not have been as impactful here. And it's good to show that it's okay to die in J-Space. It's okay to die in EVE Online, period. Like, go get ships blown up. It's fun. We can just go get more ships, you know what I mean? The learning is the best part so that we can do better next time. So, Tengu warps off immediately. Good job, this Tengu. They did really well. See if we can get them in the alliance. A little moral sin here. Off they go. I think that likely would have been a good idea for us to jump as well.
Oh, the Tengu's off. Quick move towards the Stratios.
So we try to take out the Stratios, and you can see here, we D-scan, and right over here, we've got 2 more Proteus. But even though I'm D-scanning, I didn't look at the Proteus. So I didn't bring my cross-check back here. So I need to work on my cross-check. From looking here at combat to making sure everything's happening. Really, this comes down to being comfortable with my hotkeys here. But I need to trust my hotkeys are working while I move my eyes over here. So rather than looking here and clicking with my mouse, or even looking to verify something is happening, keeping my eyes over here is more important. If there's nothing here, and there's only one Stratios that I'm fighting here, there's zero reason for me to look down here. Like, one Stratios, I can take that easily. Easily. So I don't need to worry about what's happening here as much as I need to worry here. It comes down to prioritization of cross-check and speed of cross-check as well. We're doing the right thing by D-scanning. We're not processing the information that we need.
Stratios got some decent tank going, it looks like.
Another D-scan, another Proteus on D-scan, and one of them is now on grid 40 clicks out. So these guys did really well. They were cloaked up, sitting in a safe spot. They've been camping this spot for some time. They may have come through a wormhole, but there was at least one that was almost instantly on grid. So they were sitting just a little bit off grid. And you can see we're already web disrupted. Already web disrupted. Rook, what's going on? A little hydrate, thank you. So, here we're web disrupted. You can see we had about 3 to 5 seconds from D-scan Proteus that we could have recognized the Proteus was there, aligned, and got out. Our align time is like 4 seconds. 4.7 seconds with the AB off. So, we had enough time to escape here, but because our cross-check was imperfect, because we didn't prioritize what is on D-scan mid-combat, and that happens a lot to me in J-Space as we're getting better at PvP. We're improving a little bit, but that happens a lot where we get focused on the combat and don't recognize that there's other people showing up, which happens a lot in J-Space. You'll find that there are not nearly as many people roaming through J-Space solo like I do. The majority of people that are executing PvP, that are out here having fun and engaging in the struggle of combat in J-Space are doing it with a big group of friends. Always remember there's probably friends out there, more than one Cloaky Loki.
Here.
So yeah, so now we're tackled, and there's zero chance we're gonna be. And look how fast. You guys can't really see that. That Proteus is moving fast. Oh my goodness, they are moving fast. Little overprop Proteus. Looks like it was a lot of fun to fly. Anyway, that was fun yesterday. That was a lot of fun. Okay, let's get back to our tutorial day. So, day two of our survival guide to Wormhole Space. We have a lot more to cover. We learned a lot yesterday. Went a little bit off of our planned topics while we were doing that fighting and exploring the channel a bit. So that's okay though, because this is going to allow us to have an opportunity to show you guys and to talk about how we can utilize wormholes, not just to worm through wormhole space, but use it to very quickly and rapidly transition from one place in New Eden to another, to basically shortcut and circumvent all those horrible, dangerous K-space stargates like Abazon and Udema and all those, and every gate in nullsec and almost every gate in lowsec. You know what I mean? We can avoid all that. We can primarily travel through J-space, and that gets us to places faster and safer, which is amazing. Amazing. Boojum's Haphazard Starshipping LLC. Yeah, exactly. The problem with that, though, as Rook is kind of pointing out, is that it's all completely random. So you never know. Today may be the day where you have only 3 jumps to cover 150 jumps that it would have normally taken you in J-space by going through K-space. Maybe there's a Thera hole that's right next to your door, and you can just jump in there, one wormhole out, and you're at your destination. Or maybe it ends up being a little bit too risky, a little bit too dangerous. We're going to find out today with our example and see what happens. We're going to see if we can get our Tengu back to our little armada, our little nomad fleet out in that wormhole that's there. Or maybe a nearby one. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. There'll be some good learning, I think. But before we do that, I'm going to log in here to the mapping tool that I sometimes use, which is Pathfinder. Now, there's a couple of good mapping tools out there. Pathfinder is one of them. Tripwire and Galaxy Finder are the other two that are fairly predominant. I haven't used Galaxy Finder very much, but Tripwire I have used a decent amount, and I prefer the UI of Pathfinder over Tripwire. The problem is that Pathfinder can be very unstable. And so it tends to crash a good amount. Now, that being said, as a, J-space nomad, what I find is that we don't really use mapping tools very much because I don't really need to. So what do I mean by that? Well, a lot of times people will wonder, how do we remember the wormholes that we came from? How do we know where we're going? Let's jump over here onto Boojum. I'm going to click onto our little Astero. And I have most of these sites mapped down from yesterday with some bookmarks. We're going to see if anything is still here. A lot of these probably expired. Looks like there is a nullsec connection here. So imagine, if you will, that we just came out of this wormhole and this led to some other wormhole in the chain, right? Ogomu, what is going on? What is going on? Good evening. Also, Unknown, welcome on YouTube. So imagine this came from another wormhole. Well, like we said yesterday, the first thing you do when you enter a wormhole is descan to make sure that the area is clear. Then, while you're still under cloak, just like you are when you go through a gate. We're going to save the wormhole location as a bookmark. And the way I label our wormholes is if it's a place that I just came from, I do an uptick like this. This is a nullsec wormhole. And then I would label it the identifier XML or whatever the case may be, right? This is my bookmarking strategy here. There's a lot of... Everybody's got their technique for how they label their wormholes for bookmarks, things like that. Eve Scout has got the Eve Scouts, the Sisters of Eve... the Eve Scouts Signal Cartel. They have a very good system as well, but it's a little bit more robust and in-depth than mine. I find that I like to keep the minimum amount of information that gives me what I need on my bookmarks so I can process it very quickly at a glance. So the little up caret means that's where I came from. Typically, as I explore a chain of wormholes, I'm going to scan down every single cosmic signature in all of those wormholes and label every single thing that's in there, especially the wormholes themselves. So, very quickly, just by looking at my bookmarks over here at a glance, I know where I came from in the chain of wormholes. I know everything that's in those wormholes by looking at it, and I don't really need a mapping service that much. Now, where are these mapping services good? Let me pull up, Pathfinder's not working. Let me pull up Tripwire if I can. Sometimes they struggle to connect to the API. Actually, while that's going, while this is maybe pulling up here, let's go ahead and do our giveaway. Let's do our giveaway. How about high, low, null plus system name? I don't label the system name there. That's a good one. So I do the wormhole class, high, low, or null, and then I do the signature name, the signature ID here. You could do the system name. That might be a good way to do it too. I think that I'll show you an example of what the that's kind of what the Signal Cartel uses. So they name theirs the actual ID, the full ID, rather than just the first three-letter identifier. As you guys can not see here because it's so small. Let's jump a little bit closer. There we go. So as you can see here, what Signal Cartel does is they label it the full name, then they label where it goes to. So they go Signal or Cosmic Signature ID, the system name, and the system it leads to. So in this case, they say CMH 620 in Thera leads to a C2, J115314, etc. So that's another good way to do it, I think. I just like to be very quick about it when I'm labeling things, and so I don't find that I don't really care about the J number or the system name that wormhole leads to as much. I tend to not worry about it. But that is, I think a very valid technique and probably a good one too. Okay, for our giveaway, as this guy is logging in for us. I'm gonna pull up Tripwire. I don't use Tripwire anymore. I used to, but now I don't. So as we're getting that all jumped up here, we'll see if I can get this thing to work for us. We're gonna do our giveaway. We went completely to the wrong spot, too. Nailed it. Okay, so hashtag fail on Twitch. Hashtag fast on YouTube. Let's roll these things, huh? Let's roll these things. Ooh, there we go. Wait, what? Yes, there we go. There we go. All right. All right, dude. We got a lot of people here on the YouTubes as well. You guys are spectacular. Spectacular. 20 people. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Okay. Let's roll these things. Let's roll these things. We got some giveaway containers we got to give out. Little rook here. Then we can focus. Then we can focus on the tutorial. You guys ready? All right, we are rolling it. Here we go. Ooh, Luber 1187. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Congratulations. What is your in-game name? We'll send you a little prize here. Oops, not from you though. From you. Oh yes. Look at us here in Jita. My God. It's been such a long time. Let's see. Nightly build. Ooh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. We have one of these heinous, Heronius packages. We're going to send this your way. Is this the first time you've won as well? Nightly build. Make sure we get the right person. I think we did. Yes. Nailed it. Let's go. Hell yes. Parks outside of Jita to hug Booch. Thank you. Thank you, Rook. By the way, I don't know. I think there may or may not have been fireworks going off yesterday when we docked up our pod here in Jita. Which, if so, and if that was any of you, that was amazing. I probably was unrelated, but it did kind of warm my heart a little bit to just lose my Tengu, and then as I'm docking back in Jita to rebuy a Tengu, there be fireworks going off. I love that. Okay, let's roll this thing on the YouTubes, huh? Here we go. Ooh. There's a lot of you guys here today. Love that. Jabolko with the win. Nice, nice. Dude, you guys are just cleaning up. Tengu should come with a fireworks too. Oh, that would be awesome. How great would it be if every time a T3C died, just fireworks go off? Or, you know, it'd be even better, is anytime a ship dies that is more than like 1 billion-isk, if fireworks go off. Can we get that in the game? I feel like that should be in the game, right? Congrats, Jabolko. You won. You won over here on the YouTubes. That'd be fun, right? Then you know, like, oh, I just got a good one. Got a big one. That kill mill's gonna be nice. A strat cruiser fleet would be fun, right? Company that makes hacker ships. They do AoE visual effects on HUDs. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Huh. Magnifier. I knew that. Of course I knew that. All right, let's see. Let's send you. Did you won a bunch yesterday, Jabolko? Did you already win one of the Heronius crates that Rook made? Or should we send that your way? Should all run covert ops cloaking devices. But dude, covert ops cloaking devices, we're going to talk about that when we talk about the Shadow. Definitely want to run covert ops cloaking devices if you can. A whole fleet of cloaky Lokis would be fun. Got the crate. A random skin? You got it. You got it. Random skin. Here we go. Da-da. I gotta get rid of these. I gotta get rid of these ones here. These 180-day ones. They're kind of lame. How about an Alagos Deathglow skin? We'll send that your way. That one jumped out at me. Magnifier. There we go. Nice. Okay. So, do we have... Aha! Perfect. We've got one of these ready to go. Thank you for that. Love that. Love that. Jet can them as you undock, right? Yep, yep. Okay, so let's talk about some mapping tools really quickly here. This is going to play into how we try to get back to our ship, potentially. So this is Pathfinder. I like Pathfinder because I like the UI. So if we jump over to Boojum here, you can see, oops, and then also keep Pathfinder up. I have this link. This is my corporation, Pathfinder. So everything is, anybody in my corporation can have free access to look at all of my map, right? It's just a mapping tool. Works in JSpace, also works well in KSpace. So anytime, right now I have it linked to Boojum. Anytime Boojum flies into a system, they're going to show up here. You can see my little name there, Boojum. We're in J213423. And it has a red giant effect, so it tells you what that is there. It tells you the security system of that, as well as some other information. So if I click on this, there's a whole bunch of info that shows up here. It's empty, though, right now, because we have to tell Pathfinder what's in here. Like I said, I don't really use this personally that much because when I'm nomading with my little nomad fleet, I don't really need to share information with myself. I kind of already have all the information just by being in system. But if there's a bunch of other people in the corporation, this is a great way for them to share information of a wormhole chain, things like that. By the way, thank you for the follow, Odd Balar. What is going on? Thank you very much. So, it's also nice that it keeps its memory. So you can see here, this is where we are in this C3. There used to be connections to other places. All of these systems I have down here kind of at the bottom of the map, those are all just these are all the wormholes that I have been in and also had Pathfinder open at the same time. What's nice about Pathfinder is, let's take this C4 for example. It tells you here what the static wormholes are in here. Ooh, look, it also tells you any kills that have happened in there recently, which is kind of interesting. J213423, that's the one that we're in. So somebody got a kill. You can see they're populating here now as we get connected to the API. So it'll show up there, little kill board, let you know like how active is this wormhole or not. Riggs is back. What a paid actor. Right? What's going on, Riggs? What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, the statics. So the statics, by the way, I don't know if I did I did it justice, the explanation of statics. A static wormhole is one that always connects from the system that it originates from to another class of wormhole. So in this C4, let's take the one we're in right now, for example. This wormhole we're in. So in this wormhole, there is a static nullsec connection. So this wormhole leads to nullsec. And when this wormhole collapses, either because it grows unstable from having too many ships pass through it, and from a mass standpoint it collapses, or it just expires at the end of its life after 24 hours. Once this wormhole collapses, almost immediately another wormhole is going to appear in this system in J213423 that leads to nullsec. It won't be the same nullsec system, but it will lead to somewhere in nullsec. So we call that a static wormhole. It's one that is reliably leading to the same class or location in K-space. Same class of system, if that kind of makes sense. Stratios would definitely work in a shadow fleet. Yeah, they're relatively cheap. There's so many ships, Hoot, that would work in a shadow fleet, that would work in J-space fleets. Absolutely. Got a lot to do in Eve. Need the income. Yeah. So many ships work in J-space. I think more than anyone realizes. People think that J-space is an expensive endeavor because people like to fly expensive ships in there, and it helps, but they're definitely not required. You can fly very cheap ships. The ships I'm most excited to fly about, which is good, this is going to be a good segue later, are the two new Deathless ships. Those are going to be amazing wormhole ships. Okay. So here on Pathfinder, you can see it gives us the connection to the server tends to get wonky quite a lot, unfortunately, which is a bit of a bummer. I think I need to find a new service from Pathfinder or set up my own Pathfinder server, because that's struggling. So let's take a look at Tripwire here. So Tripwire. Now for Tripwire, I'm not as proficient at Tripwire. It doesn't look like it is populating like my actual location as much. They're maybe having some connection issues as well. Let's see. See if I can get it to force update. We'll add in our character here. Bad gateway. Lame. Yep. Tripwire is also giving us some issues too, it would appear. There we are. You're working. You can do it, Tripwire. Toggle tracker current system in Tripwire. Yeah, I think you're right. Like I said, I'm not very proficient with Tripwire. I used to use it a little bit, but then we swapped over to Pathfinder for a while. There we go. Follow my in-game system. Thank you. Okay. What I really want to show is that you can map down a site and then pull those signatures from the game into your mapping service, either Pathfinder or Tripwire, right? That's kind of what I want to show here. I think there's a way I can force refresh this. Maybe. So here's the system we're in. 213423 Gas Giant. Love that. That's all looking good. It's got a nullsec static in here, which we know about already. There have not been any ship kills, NPC kills, or really anything going on in here recently. So very inactive wormhole right now, which we kind of knew. Let's see. And now we can put some IDs here. The map, this is where your map is down here. So we can just add this guy here. There we are. There's our little wormhole there. I think there's a way to make this. You can add to your chain as well. We'll see what happens when we jump to a new location in here. So let's go ahead and jump through this high sec, or sorry, this null sec spot here, because we want to see where that goes so we can try and get our Tengu back as well. let's jump through here, see where this little guy leads. Somewhere into nullsec. Okay. By the way, you can kind of see how this is getting to be a little bit more wibbly-wobbly. This is reaching the end of its natural lifetime, so we really need to jump through here pretty quickly, and this is probably going to roll over while we're here. So we're actually going to jump back through there. We're in HKYWT. I'm going to throw that in my corporation chat to remember it. Let's jump back through this wormhole before it collapses. Maybe we can actually witness this thing collapsing. Yes, it's getting quite wibbly-wobbly. Quite undulate to fungulate. That's right. That's right. Nice and wibbly-wobbly here. By the way, this is a perfect example to talk about polarization. So you can see we jumped through that wormhole and then immediately jumped back through. And we are now what is called polarized. So this little orange timer is going to show up on the wormhole that we are polarized to. And it'll take, in this case, about 4 minutes. We're at 3 minutes and 40 seconds for that polarization to wear off. What does that mean? What that means is that until this timer expires, we cannot jump back through this wormhole. This is critically important when you're trying to engage in combat on a wormhole. Understanding polarization and how you can either use it to your advantage or how it can be used against you is very important. Oftentimes, if we are fighting on a wormhole, you're going to use the wormhole as a way to make a quick escape if the fight's not going well for you. When that happens, if you were to jump back through the wormhole again, you would now be polarized, and that is no longer an option for you, right? So if I am getting ready to fight somebody on a wormhole, and I don't want to allow them the ability to jump back into that wormhole, we're going to try and time our fight so that we know they're polarized, and we can actually begin combat there, and they'll be unable to use the wormhole as a way to escape. Just like a gate, right? It's like if you crash a gate in K-Space, except for in this case, you suddenly can't use it again. It denies you the use of it, so you can't just go back and forth constantly to avoid being killed. There's a timer set. Very, very important, especially when you start to consider that bubbles are allowed in J-Space, so people could be bubbling the wormhole so you can't warp away. Now you're going to go back through the wormhole to try and escape. Other people will go through that wormhole to follow you, bubble the other side. Now both sides are bubbled. You basically get one more option. You can like go through that wormhole one more time and you're polarized. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting dynamic when it comes to combat in J-Space. Need a faction that can buff and debuff holes. That would be really cool, Rook. That would be very cool. Bend time and space itself. That's right. Okay, so let's take a look again at Tripwire. So it didn't update for us. We probably didn't spend enough time in K-Space. Normally what will happen is the system that you went to will show up here as a little location, and you can have that there as well. I don't think we spent enough time in that nullsec spot to see where that went. But all that being said is, what we really want to show is how we get signals in here so that you can share this mapping tool, whatever one that you use, Pathfinder, Tripwire, Galaxy Finder, Galaxy Quest. What is it called? I think it's called Galaxy Finder. Galaxy Finder, yep, is another good one. There's several of them out there. I think there's actually a brand new one that's coming out too, called oh no, that's not a mapping tool. That's a route building tool. Talk about that in a second. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to scan down all the signatures in here. There aren't too many of them. I've probably got most of them bookmarked already. And then we're going to import those into Tripwire so we can show that off. All right, by the way, I wanted to show you guys that trick for using your probes to create a perch point or a safe point. So let's say we just came out of this nullsec wormhole, and I thought to myself, man, I really would love to have a perch point for that wormhole. Now remember, perch points are bookmarks that are greater than 150 kilometers away from another bookmark or a site or a wormhole or a gate or whatever, so that from the perch you can warp to the other bookmark or the other location. But not so far away that you're off grid. We need to be on grid and greater than 150 kilometers away for our perch point. That's the goal for a perch point. The closer, the faster your warp will be. Generally, I try to make my perch points around 150 or 200 to 300-ish. I like to get out to around 200-ish if I can, because there are very few enemies that can lock and shoot me at 200 kilometers. They're out there for sure. I've been killed by paladins that were sniping people from 200 clicks away before. So I try to be outside of lock range and outside of weapon range if I can, and still be able to warp quickly to a location. So we talked about a little bit yesterday on how to make those. You can either do it with dropping a bookmark as you are in warp from long distance to that location, and then just drop that when you are looking down at your distance remaining right above your capacitor. Once that hits below around 1,000-ish clicks, that's where I'll drop that to try and get it close. If you're below 3,000 clicks to landing, that generally is going to get your bookmark on grid and definitely greater than 150 kilometers out. So that works okay. Here's another way to do it, though. That's I don't think very well learned or well known. I was taught this on the first time I went into JSpace, and I didn't really use it too much, but we're using it more often now. I'll run ECM jammers, go clear one grid strategically. Yeah, suit. That's a great idea. That'd be really fun. Okay. So how do you use your scanner probes to make a perch point? We're going to deploy our scanners out. And let's go ahead and center our map on ourselves here. Here we are. We're going to deploy these guys out. And then we're going to center the formation on our ship. Okay, so now all of our scanners are going to fly to us, be centered on us. You can actually see them here on grid. They're 2,000 meters away. When we deployed them, they show up right next to you, right? So they're 2,000 meters away. Oh, you guys can't see that. Let me get rid of my face cam here so you can see this better. There we go. So you can see them on our overview here, 2,000 meters away. We want to get these guys a little farther away from us, because then we can use them. So what are we going to do? We're going to go from our 4 AU scan size down to 0.25 AU. So we reduce our scanners a whole bunch here. Alt and then scroll wheel to do that. Now I'm going to hold control and I'm going to scroll to make a sphere of scanners here, like a little sphere bubble. There's kind of an art to doing this. And you got to experiment a little bit, but we're just going to make it a perfect sphere here. So all these guys are in a little perfect orb. You would never really scan with these. It doesn't do a great job of resolving signatures. But now we're going to scan, and that's going to fly our scanner probes into this formation around us. Okay. This worked perfectly, actually. It actually even did scan down the wormhole, which is impressive. So now that we've flown those into this little formation around us, you can see, lo and behold, all of our scanner probes are here on grid with us, but they are 190 kilometers away, 200 kilometers away, 282 kilometers away. That's perfect. A perfect little perch point has been made. All we have to do now is right-click on the scanner probe on grid, hit save location, and label our little perch point. Amazing. So, now we've got our perch point made. We can jump to that, and we are ready to rock and roll. I'll use this for making perch points for gas sites, for relic sites, for wormholes, all that kind of stuff. And what makes this even faster is if you go up here to your actual little signature list, your cosmic signature list here, where your probe scanners are. This little third button here is how you can save formations. So let's save our current formation here. And we would name this Perch, because we like that it worked for us there. Save that perch, and then when we click on this guy, it brings up that saved formation. So I can set my formation to the standard pinpoint formation, which you can see out here. Makes it look like these sort of typical bubbles you're used to. There's obviously the spread formation, which nobody ever uses, ever, as far as I can tell. I'm sure there is a use for them. Probably like scanning an entire like system down at once. We'll see how well this does. It's going to be all these signatures are just going to go out of control. Won't resolve anything really very well for us, I think. Maybe it'd be good for combat probes, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, I guess you could use it for like one big hack. Yeah, I could soft check for SIGs. That's true with combat probes. I think that might be a good spot for it. Anyway, so from there, we've got our saved one. Boom. Click on the save. It brings it to the size, the formation. Everything's good to go. Center that on our ship. Scan. And then our little scanner probes will show back up on grid with us to make our perch point. There they are. Yay. We did it. Anyway, that's a cool trick. I don't know how well known it is. Thought we'd share that with everybody so you can make some perch points well as quickly and well in the future. Thanks, Rook. You're amazing. The student has become the master. We're trying, Serpent. We are trying. Serpent, what a chat, exactly. Okay. I was hoping that this wormhole would collapse while we were waiting. It's going to be collapsing very, very soon. Probably within a few minutes, I would imagine. So we have some signatures that we're going to need to scan down here. But before that happens, we're going to take a short break and get a giveaway going here for you guys. Well, we're still a new bro hoot. Let's not lie to ourselves. We're a new bro in many, many aspects of EVE Online. We know slightly more about J-Space and other aspects. Ooh, Rook. 50 million IS giveaway. Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right. So, for this giveaway, let's go ahead and set this guy up before we take our little break. We'll get our standard praises out of the way. So for the two giveaways here on Twitch and on YouTube, we'll go hashtag praise on Twitch, hashtag Bob on YouTube. We'll get those giveaways ready to rock and roll here. We're going to take a short break, grab another cup of coffee, I think. And then when we get back, we're going to map down this. We're going to scan down the few signatures that are left in this wormhole. Throw them into tripwires to show you what that kind of looks like. Maybe try Pathfinder one more time. And then we're going to see, can we get... actually, then we're going to talk about some of the ships that you could bring into J-Space and what you could do with them, why you would bring them. A couple of little fit examples. Then we're going to see if we can get our Tengu back joined up with the team. And move along with our tutorial. Should be good. All right. All right, all right, all right. Hell yes. 50 million ISK giveaway. Love that, Rook. Add that to. We'll add that to the Twitch giveaway here. All right, here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to leave up this wormhole here. So maybe you'll get lucky and watch it collapse. It is a fun thing to see. The one thing I have never seen but really want to, and I don't know, this would be very challenging to do. I would love to watch a wormhole appear. I've never seen a wormhole appear. I would love to see what that looks like. It's probably amazing. I've seen many collapsing wormholes, but I've never seen one appear. So anyway, maybe you guys will get to see this happen. All right, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Cyberpunk cities. Like that one. Got some cyberpunk cities here. The wormhole didn't collapse while we were gone. Bummer. That's a bummer. We're going to see... I'm very curious to see what system we get. Because this guy... This guy's a ways out here. It's actually not too far away from Jita. Which is interesting. It's not too far at all. HKYWT. Let's see, how far away is that from here? 38 jumps. 38 jumps, almost all through high sec and a little bit of null sec. Is that set to safety? Prefer safe? Oh, that's prefer safe. Let's go less secure. Ooh. Prefer shorter. 25 jumps. Still a long ways to go. That's a long ways to go through a lot of gates. A lot of gates to get back to that little wormhole that's there. So we're going to talk about how to travel around here in a little bit. But before we do, we've got some giveaways. We've got some giveaways to get through, huh? Mike should name a comment. Hail Bob. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. Okay, so hashtag praise, hashtag Bob in the chat. You know what the worst part about losing our Tengu was yesterday? The absolute worst part about losing our Tengu, aside from, you know, the billions of ISK, no, one point something billion ISK. The worst part was that we had 2 frozen corpses on there that we could have made a sacrifice to Bob with, and we didn't get to do it. Bob's Temple. Ooh, that's a good one. Maybe we'll name the first one that. Old Rook. Rook has got dibs on what we're going to name the very first free port that we establish in J-Space, which will be soon, speaking of. Because you guys are the ultimate distraction. Need to make sure I've got the skills I need to anchor stuff. Anchor ships, structure management. I thought that we chose this character for the structure, for the anchoring. Maybe it was this character. Ah, yes, it was. Okay, so we've got the anchoring. We have the anchoring ready to go. Perfect. Okay, so we're ready to anchor our very first free port. Maybe we'll do that on the 1st of July. Or June. Nailed it. January. The 1st of January. Red shirts looking slick and dangerous. Let's go, Eve Miner. What's going on? Shout out to Eve Miner. Welcome, welcome. A station drop? That's right. A J month. Ooh, yes. Yes, Cosm. A J space month. A J space month. Anchoring a keep star for 3 times already. You know we can't put Titans in J-Space Deadpool. Don't be silly. I wish. That'd be amazing. But yes, we will be anchoring. In fact, we're going to be anchoring this Athenor first. This will be the very first free port that we create in J-Space. We need to pick a good wormhole for it. But this was given to us by none other than Tenuous Rook. So Rook gets to name this free port. I hope they choose a fitting one. It'll be wonderful. It shall spread the word and the teachings of Bob. It will probably be destroyed immediately. I love it. As is Bob's will. Yes, as Bob has decreed in the book of Bob. Did you really just learn that, Eve Miner? You thought that all ships were allowed in J-Space? No. It's not that they aren't allowed in there. It's that you can't get them in there because they won't fit through any of the wormholes. They're too big. Too big to go through any of those wormholes. Need a retriever? What's going on? Daddy needs a retriever? Yeah. I would love to. I haven't flown one of those. I need to get my mining game up. Someday we're going to crack some moons in J-Space. Go get some big rocks. Some big rocks. You can build in J-Space. You can build in J-Space, Samuel. I don't know if you can build a Titan in J-Space, though. Don't know if you can build them in J-Space. Dude, Eve Miner, J-Space is exponentially safer than Null. J-Space is the safest space in all of New Eden. High Sec, of course, being the most dangerous. Easily the most dangerous is High Sec. It's the great misconception of EVE Online, I think. Yeah, that's the problem. I guess you could build a Titan in J-Space, but then it would never be able to leave the system that it's in. Rourke's to the limit, and you need a J-Space Rourke. Yeah. I want to get a J-Space Phoenix. I live in high-tech dangerous times. I love it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have never seen it that way. Have been in it all and never die in high-sec. That's so interesting. I've died the most, Mr. Duck. I've died the most in high-sec. Followed shortly by low-sec. Followed shortly by null-sec. And then followed by J-Space. It's very interesting. I find that high-sec... I find that I have to be the most aware in high-sec. I mean, mainly just traveling through high-sec, Mr. Duck. Mainly just traveling. $3 bill, small and poorly fit, Mastodon. Yeah. Traveling, hauling things. If you're doing high-sex, exploration, you're probably not going to get killed very often. High-sec mining, probably okay, depending on what you're mining. If you've got, like, a big orc out there, like, that sounds very scary and dangerous to me. But, expensive things. Hauling, lots of valuable things. Big ship, like orca mining. The abyssal dead spaces or anomalies, doing like signatures, DEDs, security missions, that kind of stuff is, yeah, I've never really died much doing that. Only had 4 sites today and looks like died at every site. From a cloak, Loki. Oh, no. That sucks. Yep. I wish that this event was happening in J-Space. Like, there were, like, some X amount of wormholes that would have the Christmas winter effect in them. That would be so cool. I would love that. What happened to our Tengu? Oh, it died. It died, Serpent. Gloriously. Go watch the highlight on my Twitch channel. We're gonna make a YouTube video about it too. So, it was amazing. Boojum the Orca is necessary to a corp. That's probably true. The Orca's amazing. Boojum the Orca, you mean? The porpoise is our go-to. All right, you guys keep distracting me. Aren't we in the middle of a giveaway? We're in the middle of a giveaway. Hashtag praise on Twitch. Hashtag Bob. We're trying to do a tutorial here. We're making a video for YouTube, guys. Wave to YouTube. Wave everybody to YouTube if you're not on YouTube already. We're making this amazing tutorial for J-Space if we can. We're in the middle of this giveaway. All right, let's roll this thing. Stop it, Rook. Guys are so distracting. I love it. Alpha Lixo with the win on Twitch. Win number 1. Let's go. Congratulations. All the regulars. All right. What do we got for you? We're going to roll this again for 50 million ISK because Rook redeemed a 50 million ISK giveaway. Love that. Saw the Tengu guide video yesterday? Dude, yes, Tank. Nice. Glad you saw that. That was a fun video. It's very long-winded. And I will say this, Tank. I will say this. In that Tengu guide, I show the PvE fit with the dual shield mod. That fit is significantly better at taking down those C3 combat sites. It is way better than the way better than the hybrid PvP PvE one. Like, dedicating to PvE is better. So I don't think I made that super clear in the video, but it's a lot easier to take those sites down with the PvE only fit. I'm not a regular. I'm unique. That's right. El Felixo. Let's see. Let's send you... El Felixo, do you want a Caddy, a Coer, a Corm, or a Hieronius gift box? I did. It's all good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, by the way, if you didn't watch till the very end, Tank, the
We have a little bit of a pucker factor on one of the combat sites. We are like this close to dying while making a fit video. Amazing. Gotta pay attention. All right, Elflixo, we're just gonna send you any of our choice. Okay, perfect. Then you get my favorite, the Cormorant. I love the Cormorant. Okay, we're gonna re-roll this thing for the 50 million ISK giveaway, and then we're gonna do our YouTube giveaway. Here we go. Corm or Heron? Is it Navy Corm? I don't know. Which one? You're the one who made these things, Rook. Hook 200. Hook 200 with the win. 50 million ISK. Let's go. Hell yes. I think this is Hook. This has got to be a first-time win for you, right? You've been around for 7 months though, so rigged. That's right. If you don't win, it's rigged. Hashtag rigged. There it is. Let's see. Is Hook? Are you here? Bist du hier, mein Freund? I black out and shove things in a black box. Paint it black is the ambient song. Yeah, what is in this thing? It is a regular Cormorant. The Coercer has a Coercer, and the Catalyst has a Catalyst. And the Heronius has a Heron. A Heron Navy issue, to be fair. All right, well, if Hook's not here, because you guys distracted us so much. See, this is a problem. This is my problem. I get distracted by you all, and then I forget to do our giveaways, and then I do the giveaway, and the people who win are AFK, and I feel so bad about that. I feel terrible about that. So we'll do a countdown from 10, everybody. We're going to do a countdown from 10 for old Hook here so that they can try to get their giveaway and let us know what their in-game name is, and then we're going to re-roll it and do the 50 million ISK. Disco Ball? That's right. Gwyneth, what's going on? Welcome. See you there. Don't Bob supervises this all. Bob supervises. That's right. Oh my god. Chat, I need you to count this down. Start at 10, please. Count this down for poor Hook so we can give this away to somebody else. There we go. Nice, nice. We're at 9, 8. Got it. 7, 6. Okay, looking for that 5. There it is. 5. This is the chaos I love. 4. Yes. Nice. 9 again for some reason. 3. Okay, 2. 5 again. Love it. 2, 1. 420. Nailed it. 0.5. 3. All right. 1.1. 0.25. Okay. 0. We got there. We got there. All right. Let's just make sure real quick that Hook wasn't one of the ones who responded with a number. They don't appear to be. All right, let's re-roll this thing. That was a good countdown, guys. That was a good one. That was a good one. The lucky bastard with the win. Congratulations. Dude, I wish that Nightbot would track how often people win. I wish I could do that. That'd be tight. All right, lucky bastard, you win. 50 million ISK. Courtesy of old Rook here. Why would a winner respond with a countdown? Right? Sometimes I've seen that happen before where we're in the mid countdown and the person who wins doesn't know that we're counting down to re-roll for their win because they were AFK and they join in on the countdown. It's amazing. Is the lucky bastard here? You bastard. You bastard. Shots fired. All right, well,
Countdown. We got Hoots started they've begun the countdown. Let's go. We're at need a 7. There we go. We got the 7. We got the 7. We need a 6. We need a 6 now. We need a 6. I know that they were here a second ago. We at them one last time. See, did we ever get that 6? There it is. There's a 6, 5. There's a 4, 3, 2. We need a 1. We're missing a 1. There it is. 1, 0. You guys are savages. Savages. Jabolko with the win. Are you here, Jabolko? 1 on Twitch. Congratulations. Maybe? 1 AU. Yes! Yes, we did it! Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Finally, we did it. Magnifier, right? Probably. Someday I'm going to get your name right. You keep winning like 4 in a row. Yes, we nailed it. We done figured it out. Give the money. 50 millions of ISK. Let's go. Let's go. Jabolko's the lucky bastard. That's right. That's right. Okay, now then. Just one more time. We're rolling this thing on YouTube. Here we go. Louise Betroni. Louise Betroni with the win on the YouTubes. Sehr schön. Sehr gut. Yo! Yes. What is your in-game name? We're going to send you a heron. Congratulations. Need to win, trying to buy your first venture. So an interesting name you chose for your account there, Eve Miner. And you've only just now begun to get your first venture, huh? Lucky Louie's your name? Oh my god, amazing. Lucky Louie. That's a cool name. We're gonna send you a huge freight container. It's got stuff in it. Courtesy of Old Rook. These giveaway containers have been really fun, by the way. That face was amazing. Oh man. Okay. Now we can play the game, right? Let's see. Is that wormhole still here? Ah. It is. It is still here. Oh my. The heron ones don't have drugs. That's right. That's right. All right, let's scan down. We're going to scan down this system really quick. And we can talk about a little bit on how to use Tripwire and or Pathfinder finally. Mainly Pathfinder if I can get it to work, because that's what we primarily use. And I do love Pathfinder when it works. When it works. All right, so remember, we're going to start off with an 8 AU scan. We're going to find a Celestial. This one here will do. So that we can scoop down all of the Cosmic Teachers, which are always 4 AU from a Celestial. So if we go with an 8 AU scan, we center it on a Celestial, we're going to catch everything within 4 AU. And that'll help us really scan down these a lot faster. Then we're going to go from 4 down to 2. And we're going to scan down these other signatures here. Centered on there. Can click on it to center your screen. Double click in space to rotate 90 degrees. All we need to do. There we go. Click to center. Rotate 90 degrees twice. Down 2 more clicks. We'll go to a 0.5 AU for this gas site. And be good to go. Surprise, we already have this bookmarked. So we're just going to scan down the rest of our bookmarks here. And then we should be pretty much set here. This is probably the barren one. So we'll get that guy going. A lot of gas in here, which I'm very excited about. I'm excited about all this gas because I want to showcase how we can mine this gas even with rats on the field. By the way, if you didn't know, we'll talk about this. I keep getting ahead of myself, but there's lots of enemies show up on gas sites in J-Space. They're not very nice. They're not very nice. Whoop. Okay. Duck, do I live in a certain wormhole? Trying to understand the wormhole life. Well, you are wonderfully. You have joined us in the middle of our surviving wormhole tutorial stream yesterday and today. We are going through in-depth, very in-depth, all of the aspects of wormhole life. And yes, we do live in J-Space. We do live in wormholes, but we live in all wormholes. We are nomads here in J-Space, wandering through all of Anoikos as a follower of Bob. So that means that every day is a new adventure for us. And all of these skills that we're talking about and all the aspects apply. It's super fun, though. J-Space is amazing. What's going on, CyberGig? Hello, hello. Chat created a nomad. That's right. Where do you keep all your loot and stuff? I'll show you. I will show you. So if you didn't know, this might be a new signature. This might not be this relic. Maybe. I think it is the relic. But it might not be. We're going to check. If you didn't know, we started playing Eve back in April. And on the second day of playing Eve, we tried to jump into wormhole. We died because it was a Triglavian wormhole that leads to Pochven. We died at the wormhole. The third day of playing Eve, we were convinced to jump into wormhole space again, and absolutely fell in love with J-Space and the lack of local, the exploration, the mystery of it. Everything has been amazing. Contract me all your gas, dude, right? And so, we have been loving wormhole life, and now we are nomading through J-Space, which is also amazing. Okay, real quick. When you're scanning stuff down, you will oftentimes see this happen, where you end up with the location being in one of two spots. 99.9999% of the time, pretty much every time. The true one, the right location, is the one that is the farthest away from where you scanned previously. So previously we were like right here when we scanned, and like this thing moved over here. It's like, oh, it's probably the one that's farther away. So you always want to pick the one that's farther away from the last place that you scanned. And also, you want to reduce your scan distance, your probe size, when you go and try to scan this down. We want to make sure we isolate one or the other. We don't want our probe size to cover both of these nodes. There we go. Nailed it. Get rid of this relic location. That's not actually there. A ruined Angel Science Outpost. Interesting. Okay. All right, so we've scanned everything down. Let's go ahead and scoop this back up here. And now then, to answer your question, Mr. Duck, where do we keep all of our stuff? So, when we started playing in April, we set out to learn all of EVE Online as much as possible. So, we have done almost everything there is to do in the game. That's not true. There's so much stuff we haven't done still, but when it comes to, K-Space stuff, we've done security missions, Abyssal Dead Spaces, NPSI fleets, roaming through nullsec, exploration. Rook, let's go. Let's go. Nice. $9 to Wounded Warrior. Bless you, Rook. Bless you. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Look at where we're at. We're at almost $400 now. Dude. Let's go. Almost at our goal of $500. Thank you so much. Takes 20 years to learn all of Eve. Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. So we did a lot of that stuff. We started playing in Wormhole space, exploring J space, nomading a little bit, and then we set ourselves a goal pretty much like a couple of weeks in. We were like, we are going to get into a Tengu so that we can nomad through J space. We're going to make a nomad fleet eventually, and so we started on that journey. Along the way, we started with our home station being in Jita. So I've got a lot of stuff here in Jita. I use this as my hub for giveaways. So I just basically put all sorts of stuff in here to give away to people here in Jita. The majority of our things, though, live in Thera. Because we loved J-Space so much, we decided we were going to move to Thera. Oh, dude. Rook. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted subs. Yes. Yes. Awesome. Yes. Thank you, Rook. Thank you guys all for being here. I hope you guys are all enjoying our little tutorial day. I know a lot of this stuff is stuff that you all probably know, but every now and then I'm hoping that we just find some new information that you haven't seen before, and also like you guys are teaching me a ton of this stuff too. So we're still learning so much. Amazing. Get those emotes, right? Get the emotes, the Boojum emotes. Thera as a highway. We're going to talk about that in a second. Thera is my favorite system in the game that I have ever witnessed, bar none. I love Thera. It's so spectacular. So we moved to Thera because I loved J-Space, and we started living out of Thera for some time. So you can see that was a lot of fun. Moving all of our assets to Thera was crazy. We had a lot of stuff to move from Jita to Thera. It was very dangerous, very exciting. But we've got all sorts of stuff in Thera. And that's our home station for most of our characters. And then, Chaotic, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. We're doing outstanding. So, after we left Thera, though, to go be nomads, now you say, where do we keep all of our stuff? Well, we keep all of our things in this beautiful, beautiful, amazing ship, the Porpoise. This Porpoise might be one of my favorite ships in the entire game. I love this ship. It's so spectacular because it is the backbone of my nomad lifestyle here in J-Space. And this is where we keep all of our wonderful things. So I've got all of our spare parts for our ships. We've got all of our Tengu refits in here for PvE. We've got a stereo fitting. We've got all of our blue loots that we store in here. All of our relic data loots that we have in here as we find those things in J-Space. We've got all of our mining stuff, all of our gas. So this is our little home here. We've got a fleet hangar that can carry all this stuff. We refit with mobile depots. It's amazing. Do you have a Wormhole Corporation? Sure do. We sure do. And an alliance. We are the Boojum Corporation, Boojum Corp, and our alliance is the Children of the Chain Wormhole Alliance. We'll be uniting all of J-Space together. Anyway, a little background on nomad life. We've got a video that we're working on. It's taking quite a while on how to live nomadically in J-Space and how you can make your own little nomad fleet. Very much influenced and inspired by A Nomad's Tale by One Chlorokin on YouTube and on Twitch. Amazing, amazing J-Spacer and EVE Online YouTuber and streamer, which is awesome. Happen to have that porp skin for sale? I don't have one right now, but I would be happy to make another porp skin. I need to do another round of Boojum skins. We've got a whole bunch of Boojum skins that we auction off to raise money for our Anoikis Freeport project and cool and fun events, things like that. That's true, Duck. Researching and building an indie is not super conducive to the nomadic lifestyle. That's for sure. Boojum skins should be on the Paragon market. We could put them there, I guess. You guys have distracted me again. We're gonna talk. I'm kind of waiting for this wormhole to collapse. Here's all of our save designs that we have. The Astero is one of my personal favorites. What do we have? What do we have available? Let's see. Available collection. We have a Drake available, a Garmer, a Macarial, a Megathron, which is pretty sweet. I really like the Megathron. An Orca. The Orca might be one of my favorites. We've got a Venture available. 2 of those, maybe? I might have 2 little Boojum-Ventures available. A Varger. And a Gila. And a Paladin. So we've got a bunch of these. We actually like to... So the reason they're not on the Paragon Hub is because I really think it's super fun to auction them off here, which is really great. How do you handle going wormhole to wormhole with the Porpoise? What kind of game loot is that? Game loop is that? Well, the purpose... So if you didn't know, I actually didn't know this the other day. I discovered this. The Porpoise is actually designed for wormhole space by the Ore Corporation. So if you read the description of the Porpoise, it is bespoke, designed for wormholes. The Porpoise surprisingly can actually go through the smallest size wormholes. So you could take this Porpoise into a small C-13. They can go through literally every single wormhole, which is why the Porpoise is my favorite ship to nomad with, because it can go everywhere. You can set it up with a gas compressor, which is what I have. You can set it up with a ore compressor. You can... it's amazing. It's the baby Orca. That's right. But it's fast. It's got good align time. It's nimble and light. It can go into any wormhole, anywhere. I love it. It's amazing. You can do, like, mining 4-man burst modules, and, like, it's got tons of drones. So, like, this carries all of our armor maintenance drones so we can repair our ships. It's got our fleet hangar for carrying all of our stuff and refitting. It's got our mining hold. It's got a compressor. It's spectacular. Love, love, love the Porpoise. We'll talk more about that. We got to talk more about that in our little Nomad video. Build them for all? Yes, nice. Outwarp barges and exhumers. Yep, yep. We are playing multiple accounts. That's right, Duck. We have 4 accounts. 4 is kind of the limit that I set for myself for our little Nomad caravan here, our little Nomad Armada. So we use 4 accounts to multi-box and make our way through J-Space. So this account obviously is our PvP and PvE rat sighting ship. This one is our exploration. We do all of our relic and data sites with our Stero here, and scout and do a little bit of PvP. This character is our little prospect for mining gas, and then we've got our Porpoise pilot. So we've got all 4 pilots. Only like to use one. You can still live a wonderful nomad life with only 1 ship. We're going to talk about that right now, actually. Might push you into J-Space. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing, Fred. So much fun. And you are welcome to join. By the way, for all of you who didn't know, next weekend, the 20th and 29th, we are going to be inviting all of you guys into our nomad little lifestyle for as long as you like. For the 2 days at least, we're going to be nomading around together. We're going to fleet up. We'll have our selves set to blue so we can see each other, and we'll just go and have a nice little roam. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be wonderful. That'll be going on next weekend for Saturday and Sunday. This is why we're doing the tutorial now, so we can learn about J-Space before you guys jump on in. How do you play this game? Is it fun? Nebula Nightfall, your name is perfectly suited for this game. Yes, it is wonderfully fun. And how do you play this game? The answer to that, Nebula, is you play this game however you want. It is a wonderful open sandbox, and you can play it to your heart's desire, creating your own content like we're doing right now, for example. But the primary way of playing the game is, in short, fly ships in space, fight other ships, find resources, do space mining, space combat, space exploration. You're flying ships all around through space, a gigantic galaxy of New Eden, having fun while you do that, and enjoying and meeting other people and fighting other people, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Yes, join as an alpha. That's a great point. Join as an alpha. Join for free. Watch some YouTube videos or watch some Twitch videos, Twitch streamers. Watch us here to kind of learn the game a little bit. If you do make an alpha character, you can use a referral code that we have here, which gives you 1,000,000 skill points, which kind of like is how you like get better at doing things in the game. It can give you a little bit of a boost, which is pretty fun. And then you can just jump in. And what I highly recommend you do is experiment, go and get ships blowing up. The tutorial's not too bad. There's still going to be lots of questions, so use YouTube, use the internet, use the Eve Wiki, use other streamers to ask questions, learn the game quickly, and just have fun. It may seem overwhelming and complicated, but it's super fun, and don't be overwhelmed. There's so much to do that you should exactly, Pavel, you should exactly fuck around and find out. Go fuck around and find out and have fun. Get ships blowing up. Yesterday, for example, we fucked around, we found out, and we lost a almost 2 billion-isk ship, which is amazing. Joining our guild if you get this? Yes, you are welcome to do that, Nebula. You are absolutely welcome to do that. Once you're in-game, find your way back to our stream, and we'll give you an invite. You can actually find our corporation for anybody. You can all find our corporation, obviously by looking for the corporation here. Our alliance is Children of the Chain. Everybody's welcome to join the Children of the Chain. Nobody's joined yet. I'm going to find some people in J-Space. They're going to join our alliance. But our corporation is, of course, Boojum Corp. The Boojum Corporation. Boojum Corp. Here it is. Nailed it. Old Boojum Corp. You guys are all welcome to join that. Just shoot me a message in game. Are high-sec corporations allowed? Everybody's allowed in the Children of the Chain, Hoot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Get some sleepers in high-sec for when the Children of the Chain invade K-Space. Yeah, ask about Fitz in about a week or two. That's right. We're about to talk about Fitz. I think that's a sentence that works. We're about to talk about Fitz for J-Space here. Do we have an in-game chat channel? Yes, we do, Mr. Duck. We do have an in-game chat channel. It is super easy. The Boojum. The Boojum in-game chat channel. Got a whole bunch of amazing individuals hanging out there right now. Great place to answer and ask questions, too. J-Space Hell. Okay. You guys are so distracting. We're so distracted. We're going to talk now. We're going to talk now about how we take these signatures and put them into either Tripwire or into Pathfinder. So here we are. We're on Tripwire. Like I said, I don't know the user interface super well, but we should be able to, if we jump back over here, click on our little signature anomalies. Control A to select them all. Control C to copy them all. Oh, yes. And then outside of EVE Online, we're going to click on this little container here and hit Control V. And see if they show up. They may not. Because Tripwire confuses me. That's how it works on Pathfinder. Maybe it's just Pathfinder that works on. Let's try Pathfinder one more time. It's been giving us hell today. Pathfinder's been struggling. If not, we'll skip that part of the tutorial for now and move on. Pathfinder keeps logging me off. Yeah, me too. Tripwire works okay, K-Zeus. And then Galaxy Finder is another one that I have bookmarked, but I have not really used. Pathfinder was working really well for me for a long time. We'll see if... Yeah, Galaxy Finder's not really working for me either. Oh well. We'll put a pin in this for now. Pathfinder's a cheat. That's right. As we said earlier, and you've got a kind of a good point there, Eve, is the main way that we map our way through JSpace, if you will, is via our bookmark system. So, knowing where you came from, if you are planning on going to specific wormholes, you can have that there too. I'm actually going to add that myself. So if we were to jump through this wormhole and then go through another one, I think I'm going to put a little indicator, like a little star or something, when I make a bookmark that tells me, like, hey, I'm choosing to go through that wormhole. That's a bit more in-depth, but that way I can just kind of know where one of my ships, my scout ship, has gone. Because what I typically do when I nomad and I'm moving the fleet to a new wormhole is I will take my Astero and we'll go scouting down a chain. So we'll go, 3, 4, 5, 6 wormholes down, something like that. And then when I find the wormhole that I like, that I'm going to move everybody to, then I begin the operation of moving everybody through all the wormholes to get to the one that we choose to kind of hang out there. And knowing that path can be important. And I use my bookmark labels to tell me where to go as I make those jumps happen. It's actually pretty simple. You go through holes you don't choose. Weird. That's right. That'll happen. That will happen. Always collapse with care, right? Okay. So now that we've kind of covered that a little bit, let's go back to Jita. I want to show you guys the wormhole collapsing. I really want to see this. I think it's going to be soon, probably. So let's talk a little bit about what ships and fits do well in JSpace. Now, I'm often asked, Boojum, I see you hanging out there in wormhole space. That looks like fun. It is fun. What ship should I bring to wormhole space? Collapse with care, but prolapse with intent. Wormholes. That's right. That's right. Boojum, what ships should we bring out to JSpace? What fit should I have for my ship out in JSpace? And the answer is, of course, it depends. Inevitably, in EVE Online, the answer is going to be, it depends. What does it depend on? Well, it depends on what kind of content you want to do out here in JSpace. So let's talk about what I'm calling the gifts of Bob, right? What are the things that we can do out here in Anoikis? In fact, on our little cosmic signatures here, there is a wonderful list of literally every type of content that you can do here in Anoikis, which is actually pretty cool. Rappa Shiryu, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Let's go. Hell yes. Hell yes. So, what is there to do? What are the things to do in JSpace? The things that we can do. Number 1, relic and data sites. Exploration, right? So, these relic sites out here. In this case, we've got a Ruined Angel Science Outpost relic sites. So, hacking, your classic relic and data hacking sites. In JSpace, the relic sites tend to give you significantly more ISK
than the data sites, unlike in nullsec, for example, where data sites tend to be more lucrative than the relic sites. But there's some amazing, amazing relic and data sites. There are also very special ghost sites out here in J-Space that are very dangerous, but very, very lucrative. You get a lot, hundreds upon millions of ISK from just a single can in a ghost site. So exploration is one of the things that we can do in J-Space. Mining is the second thing. We can mine gas sites, or we can mine ore sites. Lots of very good gas and ore sites that you can get after here in J-Space. The gas especially is extremely valuable. We're going to show you how to mine gas in J-Space safely with a venture or a prospect. You can make billions of ISK mining gas in J-Space very, very quickly. In fact, in my mining hold right now on our porpoise, we're sitting at around 1.2 billion ISK just from a few days of mining. So we can do some mining. We can do, of course, PvE. There are combat sites in J-Space that we can go run. They're a little bit different than your normal combat sites in K-Space, though. So in K-Space, in nullsec, highsec, and lowsec, if you are ratting, right, if you're killing enemy NPCs at any of the combat sites there, then you can, of course, salvage those wrecks. You can get loot from those wrecks, like different modules and things like that that those ships drop. But the big amount of ISK return that you get is, of course, from the bounties, right? You get bounties by killing ships in K-Space. Not so in J-Space. In J-Space, because everyone in Anoikis is free, there is no law, there are no bounties in J-Space, you don't get those. So where do you get your money from? Well, you can salvage the wrecks. Those give you some pretty unique items. You can get some cool stuff from salvaging wrecks in J-Space. Not a ton of ISK from it, at least in your C1, 2s, and 3s. The main thing that you get when you clear a rat site in J-Space is the loot. We call this loot blue loot. Ancient coordinated databases, analyzers, data libraries, and AI Nexus. So these 4 different types of what we call blue loot are what you get by killing the NPCs at the combat sites here in J-Space, and they are extraordinarily valuable. So valuable. You can see here with 120 cubic meters of blue loot, we're sitting at just shy of 1 billion ISK. Very, very valuable. Now, the other interesting thing about the combat sites in Anoikis is that they are always the same. So each of the waves in the combat sites never changes. The triggers never change, and they always drop the exact same amount of blue loot. So it's very predictable. You know exactly how much ISK you're going to be getting and what you're going to be fighting at these combat sites, which is pretty cool. Makes it, you can really optimize your fits and your ships and your builds to handle those combat sites quite well. I'll also note that the blue loot here is to be sold, always to be sold to NPCs in K-Space. There are specific NPCs scattered all through K-Space that want this blue loot. They have buy orders for the blue loot. Their buy orders will always be the most lucrative for you. Don't sell this to other players. Always sell this to NPCs. So we've got exploration, relic and data sites. We've got mining, gas and ore sites. We've got PvE combat, rat sites. We've got PvP combat in J-Space, which is so much fun. Love PvP in J-Space. I think it is probably some of the best and most exciting PvP that at least I've ever partaken in here in EVE Online. So having a ship or fit for that is, of course, important. And there's an art to that as well. An extremely in-depth art to combat in J-Space, especially small fleet or solo combat. And then I would say the last thing you can probably do pretty well here is PI. So you can do PI in Wormhole space. I have never really done it much, but what I'm told is that there's some extremely lucrative PI here in J-Space, which would be something for us to explore in the future, I think. Would be pretty fun. Not really conducive to the nomad lifestyle, obviously. I need to leave a character dedicated to PI in a specific wormhole to be able to go and, like, take advantage of that, because we just kind of nomad our way through J-Space and leave all sorts of those things behind. But by the way, for all of you guys in our in-game chat, welcome. Welcome. Glad you guys are here. Oh, rubber duck. Nice. Nice. Maine will be joining. Let's go. Let's go. Cybergig, thank you for being here. You have a good night. We will fly as safe as we can. Tend to fly nice and dangerous. Don't die. Yeah. Watch our clip from yesterday, Cybergig. We died it gloriously. It was quite amazing. Okay, so those are the things that we can do in J-Space, right? Those are the main forms of content that J-Space has to offer. So, the first question you have to ask yourself, a link? Yeah, I drop a link for you. This is going to be insane for me to edit. I was just thinking about that. My God, this is going to be crazy to edit. Content. Nailed it. Oh, yeah, here's a good clip. I like this one. Videos are looking good so far on YouTube anyhow. Well, thank you, Cybergig. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're learning DaVinci Resolve, which is, of course, learning a new editing software. It has got a pretty steep learning curve and takes a lot of time, but we are getting there. Let's see. Let's share this guy. Give me a link. There we go. Boojum, what is going on? Oops, that's the wrong one. Get rid of you. Double link. Sorry. Oh, we definitely did lose the Tengu. 100%. There we go. Victory. Boom. There's us losing our Tengu. It was a great time. Learned a lot from it. Which is the important thing. Is huffing the fastest way to make ISK? It's hard to say what the fastest way of making ISK is. It's certainly a very fun way to make ISK. I would say huffing gas in J-Space is probably the best return on investment in the game, potentially. I mean, for a sub 1 million ISK venture, you can be making, hundreds of millions of ISK per hour huffing gas in J-Space, which is amazing. At least we didn't lose a 5 billion orca. That's true, Cybergig. That's true. At least we didn't lose a 5 billion ISK orca. The nice thing about J-Space is this. The ISK that we have made with that Tengu has more than quadruple paid for the ship that we just lost. For example, in one C3 site, so in this C3 wormhole here, with a full amount of combat sites, relic and data sites, and gas sites, you're looking at around a 2 billion ISK return in the one system. From ratting in a C3 with that Tengu, we're making around 200-ish million ISK per hour, maybe a little more, a little less. I don't really keep track of the time it takes to make the ISK. I just keep track of how much fun we're having making the ISK. You know what I mean? Fun per ISK is kind of the way I like to track playing EVE Online. So that was a nutty turnaround to make another one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we got back to K-Space and threw our fit back together. Not too bad. So fun per hour. That's right, Rook. Fun per hour. Fun per ISK. ISK per fun. That's the way to live your life in EVE Online, I think. ISK per hour is it's a metric. But are you having fun? Night, Cybergig. Thanks for being here.
Okay. So, when we're talking about ships, we have to ask ourselves the question. The first question we must ask ourselves: what content do we want to accomplish out in Anoikos, out in J-Space? Amongst all those options, what do we want to do? So let's go through each of those things, and we'll talk about potential examples of ships that you can use to do those different forms of content. From the cheaper to the kind of the more expensive ones. So, what would you guys like to see first? Would you like to talk about exploration, gas huffing, or PvE first? Those are the three categories, PvP/PvP. Explo is probably first to anything. That's probably true. Rapashi, new Wormhole Basics. That's right. That's right. Explo, then gas. Okay, perfect. We'll do that. We'll do the exploration, then the gas. The PvE can go very in-depth, but exploration, as you do PvE/mining and force PvP. Copy. Okay, so we'll start with some exploration first, and then we will jump into some mining/gas stuff. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break here, as our ads are going to hit us again. So let's get set up for a quick giveaway here for the break. And then we'll take that short break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about some exploration. Okay, on the Twitch. For our giveaways, hashtag Relic on Twitch, hashtag Data on YouTube. We're going to talk about Relic and Data sites. We're going to talk about exploration. We're going to talk about the ships and the fits when we get back from this short break here. I'm going to leave this wormhole up. Maybe you'll witness it collapse while we're taking our little break. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We're still here, Rook. Don't you worry. Just cloaked, sitting at a perch point, waiting in the shadows. Until suddenly... Surprise Tengu! Ha-ha! All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to talk about some exploration here in a moment and what ships and fits you can use to begin your J-Space journeys, either day tripping or nomading yourselves. Again, we're not going to be talking about how to nomad as much in this tutorial. We're really talking about the basics of wormhole space. So, let's talk a little bit about some of those ships. But first, our giveaways. Hashtag Relic on Twitch. Hashtag Data, or Data, on YouTube. We're going to roll them. We're rolling them right now. Right now. Okay. Here we go. We're rolling it on Twitch first. Good luck. Key Zeus with the first win. Nice, nice. Congratulations. Let's go ahead and get you something good here in Jita. We've got a Catalyst, a Coercer, and a Cormorant to give away. What do you think? What do you think, Key Zeus? Or a skin. Or a Vindicator blueprint. Let you guys choose. By the way, while we're talking about giveaways, if you guys didn't know, we've got 10 of the CCP Media Miasma skins to give away on YouTube. Not here on YouTube Live, but on one of our videos. So if you go check out our video that we posted on the Winter Nexus event and the kind of stuff that you can do for Winter Nexus, there's a little sneaky giveaway there too. Jump over to that video, check it out. We're giving away 10 of the CCP Media Miasma skins on that video, and we're also giving away 1,000 Plex. So we're going to be giving that away to 10 people, 100 Plex each. So 20 total winners on that video, and I think there's like 5 people who have submitted for the giveaway on that. So there's basically free skins and free Plex available on there. Go check it out if you get the chance. A Catalyst. Love that. Here we go. Let's throw a caddy your way. Jesus Tessero. Okay. Now then, for the YouTubes, here we go. James Perry with the win. Let's go. Love that. Hair Perry. What would you like for your giveaway prize? Got 1 Catalyst left, 1 Coercer, and 1 Cormorant remaining, or a Vindicator blueprint, or a skin. 1 win a day now. That's right. That's right, James. I'm still trying to learn who's on YouTube, who's on Twitch, and who are the same people. You know what I mean? It's like alts. Trying to learn who's who. Oh. Are those mine? Somebody came into this wormhole? No, somebody rolled into our wormhole. That's what happened. Ho-ho! Got a skin yesterday so you can take a blueprint? Absolutely. Vindicator blueprint on the way. Somebody's in our little wormhole. We're going to go check it out. I'm excited. This means that there's a wormhole chain is just opened. Hopefully, that's going to connect somewhere exciting and fun. This will be great. What's your in-game name, James? Industry interests you, so building up a collection of blueprints. Nice, nice. I need to
find something to do with this enforcer blueprint. I need somebody who's good at industry to make me my enforcer with my enforcer blueprint. We were able to get enough people with the referral code to make us an enforcer. You can build it for me, Caroline? Dude, that'd be awesome. I would love that. Oh yeah, Bull Tech, that's right. Caroline Aya, that's right. We'll send this your way. Thank you, Caroline. Yes. You'll have to let me know how much it costs to build it, so I can pay you for the materials and all that kind of stuff. Let me know, and then I'll send you ISK for that. That'd be sweet. I should change your YouTube name, right? All right, so we're gonna talk about exploration here in a second. Let's see. Let's figure out what's going on in our little wormhole, though, huh? A new signature has appeared. It's a wormhole. We know. Why do we know that? Because we've been watching this one the entire time and nobody's come through here. And a new signature appeared, and there were probes on D-scan. Somebody's in our wormhole. This is how we build SA on what's happening in a wormhole here. So let's get our own proby probes out and say hello to them. It's actually right next to that thing. We're going to put it right here on this guy. 8 AU scan. Get cloaked up here. And we'll see where this wormhole goes. It surely is an exit. So when a wormhole appears and then you suddenly see somebody come through that wormhole quickly, that oftentimes means that it's connected to another wormhole and they are rolling their wormhole to try and find content on the other side of it. So it could be that a corporation or a group of people have just opened this wormhole into the one that we're in and are now looking to see what's going on in here. It could also be that they just are, they're trying to close a connection to set up security and like isolate themselves in the wormhole that they're in. That could also be true, that they're trying to close these things and it happened to open up. But more than likely is that a wormhole happened to open, or somebody opened one up intentionally from the other side. So we're going to take a quick gander over here and see what's up. Let you know, buy order the mats, make the mats. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, it's a Varger. It's a pacifier named Varger. Okay. Pacifier. Classic ship used by the Wormhole PD. Also... so they're rolling. They must be rolling. Vargers are often used to roll wormholes too. Hello. Where are you going? No shot they're going to be ratting in here, huh? Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at this guy ratting if we can. It could be that they just rolled this wormhole and they like the content in here and they want to take all of the combat sites in here. So that's maybe what's happening. We'll see. Interesting. So let's take a look. Look at this little guy go. Should we give him a little scare and talk in local? Woofies. Woofles. Woofless. Member of Stealth Strategy Style. Are they in a alliance? That's kind of a cool corporation logo. They are not in an alliance. Oh, cool. Nice. So maybe we can add them. Maybe they can join our alliance. We'll just give them a link to the Book of Bob See if they enjoy some light reading while they're writing. Some light reading while you rat. Enjoy. The Book of Bob. Still had all the materials? Nice, nice. All right. Well, this little Varger looks like fun. Let's jump back to that wormhole really quick, and we'll set up a perch point and some security there. And we'll put our other guy on the nullsec wormhole. So we can watch all of these. As a quick aside, understanding what is happening within wormhole space, having situational awareness, is all about keeping eyes on wormholes that are open, or if you have the means, closing wormholes, so you don't have to worry about things coming through them anymore. In this case, we're going to work on keeping our eyes on this wormhole here, so that we can just know when people come through. This is a C4 wormhole. We're going to, make a bookmark of this. C4, and its identifier is UPM. Save that as a wormhole. There we go. And then let's make a little perch point for it too, like we talked about. Oh, Wolfless has got. Where'd you come from, Nullsec? They're confused as to where we appeared from. Okay, let's get our little perch building thing set here, and then we'll set a perch here and be good to go. I love talking to people in JSpace. It's so confusing. Like I said, most people don't talk in local. I hardly ever do. But it can be fun sometimes. It can be fun. All right, let's make this a little perch here. This is the C4 perch. Let's see. I don't know a lot about this corporation. They look like fun. Let's get our proby probes back in here. Ooh. This site is still open. All right, now we've got eyes on this guy. We should be good to go. We're cloaked. Let's go to our little perch point that we just made here. And then we're going to talk about some exploration fits. Oh my goodness. Hulks, porpoises. My goodness, the whole group. Wow. Look at all that. The whole team is here. Look at them all go. Hulks and porpoises and everybody. Ooh. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Kind of want to go watch these guys. Go watch these guys mine some gas a little bit, right? Tell him his mom is a relic. YOLO, what's going on? Shout out to YOLO Gaming. What is happening? Let's see. Let's ask them if they would be. Shall I just put the cost on the contract when it's done building? Yes, Caroline. That would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. 2.5 hours, so it'll cost 250 million for massive build cost. That's so cheap, Caroline. That's so cheap. Love that. All right, let's go. I kind of want to go take a look at what these guys are up to. So let's go look at some of these perches here. We may miss this guy closing. Actually, we'll use our Astero. Let's see. Let's go to the Baron perch. Actually, I wonder where they are. Let's see. Which sites are they actually utilizing here? Reduce our angle to 5, and then let's click on these gas sites. There's the Baron perimeter, not that one. Token, no. Miner, no. Are they doing ore, maybe? Ah, there they are. They're at the ore site. Okay, they're at the frontier outpost. Or average frontier deposit. Interesting. They have hulks. Why would they use hulks? Yeah. That's true. Why would they gas? They're going for the ore. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Not the gas. Hulks are for rocks. We haven't really used hulks before. They got a cover here. What does this guy say? I forgot to bookmark the anomaly. You can take the loot if you were hanging there cloaked. Forgot to bookmark the... I mean, they could just scan down with a combat probes, that little spot. Anyway, okay, so let's talk a little bit about... Let's talk about some fits, right? We're distracted by this wonderful little corporation here jumping around with a whole bunch of curses and all sorts of stuff, so this wormhole is extremely dangerous now. Pragmatically, we're not going to be really doing anything in here, uncloaking, because we'll be killed immediately by this group. But let's talk a little bit about the fits that we would be using if we were out in doing some J-Space stuff. So let's go back to GD here. We can kind of see some prices here a little bit better. Hulks can still gas stuff, but you get almost no buffs. Ah, that's true. Roll the hole to troll them. Cap, that'd be hilarious. We'd definitely die doing that. We don't have... Even with like a big like rolling praxis, it takes like, you know, quite a few jumps to roll a wormhole, especially if you were alone. With multiple ones, you can do it pretty quickly, like 3 of them. But by ourselves and with nothing but small ships. Nah, but that'd be fun though. That would be hilarious. Collapse their wormhole behind them. We'll just keep an eye on this nullsec one for now. Okay, fits. Exploration. So, if we're going to be going out and exploring, let's take a look at the ships first that you can bring. I think that there are very slight advantages and disadvantages to each of the different faction ships. But I don't think that they really matter that much, right? I would say pick a faction exploration ship that you like because you think it looks cool. You happen to be in that faction and you've got the skills already for it. Or you actually do enjoy kind of its unique advantages, right? Grab a sigil and put a Higgs in it. Yep, that would work. Sigils with Higgs definitely can do that. We watched a nullsec corporation the other day. Okay, so what do I mean by some exploration ships? Well, here we're looking at the Minmatar ships, right? And we, of course, have the Probe, which is their exploration ship. The Minmatar exploration ship is the little Probe. Cool little guy. You can fit... Actually, hold on. Yes, the Probe, right? Little explorer, bro. Their sort of introductory frigate. We've also got the Fleet issue, which is a nice little upgrade to that.
which is pretty sweet. I think it's this guy, right? It is a probe, right? Yes, we're nailing it. And then the upgrade from that, of course, is the cheetah. So this little guy is kind of like your starting scout dude. Why do I say that? Because you get the +5 bonus to relic and data analyzer virus strength. It's going to help you with your hacking, right? Not going to go into all of that hacking, but the probe for the Minmatar, the Magnate, I believe it is. Where are you at? For Galente, it's MR. For Galente, they use the Imicus. There we go. Imicus is the Galente Explorer guy. Super weird looking. Nobody flies this, to my knowledge, because it's really weird and gross looking, I think, but whatever. No judging, right? And then, of course, for Caldari, we've got the Heron. So this guy. See, these are very, very popular all the way out there. Lots of these guys out here. And then for Amar, we've got the Magnate, which may be one of the best looking ones. Magnate's pretty cool looking, I'm not going to lie, as their exploration ship. See a lot of these in J-Space too. But they all basically give the same important bonus of +5 for your Relic and Data Analyzer. You get a bonus to your core and combat probe strength, so we can probe things down. That's important. So each of those kind of gives you those main bonuses, right? So we started off as Caldari. We'll take a look at this. A little Heron. So let's go with a Heron fit. I had so many of these back in the day. Let's simulate this ship. Now then. I think I have some good little ship fits already for it. I've got... Turns out all my fits are Battle Herons. Classic. Let's see. So what do we want to have when we're exploring J-Space? You got fits for them all? Yeah, forward some, Caroline. That'd be great. Forward some. That'd be great. Let's consider what we are going to be doing out there, right? So we're going to be scanning down relic and data sites. We're going to be hacking those sites. And we want to be safe while we are scanning things down, right? And we also, of course, are going to be avoiding being killed by other hunters in J-Space as much as possible. So we kind of have a few goals, right? 1, find relic and data sites. 2, be safe while we do that. 3, survive, right? When I say find, I mean like be good at hacking. So let's start off with the high slots. Well, we know that we're going to need a probe launcher, right? So let's jump over there and we'll throw a core probe launcher in here. Now, I like to use, of course, the Sisters core probe launchers because that's going to give you a bonus to being able to scan things down. So we'll throw that on there. Now we've got 2 empty high slots. All right. Well, for one of those empty high slots, I highly recommend you bring a cloaking device. That way, you can be nice and cloaked up while you scan things down. You can be cloaked in a system, not on local, not on anybody's D-scan, while you monitor some of the relic and data sites and decide if you want to actually use those or not. So those are all super important too. So we'll jump over to our cloaking devices. Now, we can't use a covert ops cloaking device, obviously, but we can use one of these little prototype cloaking devices. So we got there. Okay, so that's kind of our 2 goals for the high slots. Good to go there. Let's talk about the mid slots. What can we use here? Well, we said we wanted to find sites quickly, right? So let's go to our scanning equipment. And we've got these different arrays that we can throw on there for acquisition, pinpointing, and range finding. Range finding, if we look at the thing here, is going to give us increased scan strength when you're using your scan probes. So that's one of our primary ones that we're going to want to have here is the range finding array. Let's throw that on there. Acquisition array. What does that do? Reduces the scan time of your scan probes. So not required, but a good quality of life thing. Make your probe scan faster. We've got the range finding. Let's take a look at the pinpointing. What does that do? Reduces the deviation. So this helps us scan better. Like range finding, the pinpointing helps us find things better, more accurately. So that's going to reduce our time, not our time, but it's going to help us find things better. So typically, people are going to throw those two on there, and then the timeliness of how long it takes just kind of is what it is. Okay, now we want some analyzers. We're going to actually be able to hack data and relic sites. So we've got a data analyzer and a relic analyzer. You don't have to have them both equipped if you don't want to. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you very much. It is easy enough to carry a mobile depot and refit a data or relic analyzer out in JSpace safely. You can do that. If you don't have room for both a data and a relic analyzer out in JSpace, or if you want to only go for data sites or only go for relic sites, you can just load up the one, right? I usually try to carry both as much as possible. Let's see. What do we got from Caroline? Caroline's got the Heron Alpha. Let's simulate this guy. That'll help us out a little bit. There we go. So perfect. So we've got no cloaking device on this. Very alpha. Very new friendly. But we've got our data and relic analyzers here. And then we've got a little bit of tank and some shield and stuff like that. Some afterburner, right? That was the last thing we were going to put on ours, was a little afterburner prop. Check out this one. Aha, here we go. So we've got relic analyzer, a cold enduring micro warp drive, perfect. And then we've got our range finding, our acquisition. I would use pinpointing here in this case, but acquisition helps with the time as well. And then over here on the rigs, these gravity upgrades. Let's take a look at that. This helps you increase your scan probe strength. So oftentimes, people will use the gravity capacitor upgrades to help us get our scan strength down, which is perfect. This is actually a very good fit. Finally, for the low slots, we're usually going to throw some survivability in there. So in this case, we've got a damage control 2 and a 905 researcher, which is going to reduce our align time as much as possible. You can see with this off, we're at 3.5 second align time. Not bad. The only thing I do to change this is I'd throw a cloaking device on here, just so I can stay nice and cloaked up if I would choose to out there in JSpace. And we got plenty of CPU for that. Good to go. And I believe, unfortunately, the cloaking devices are Omega only. So without being Omega, you're going to have to not have that, unfortunately. But that's okay. Not required to live in JSpace and operate in JSpace well. Although, having a cloaking device is massively helpful. Yes, these are all wonderfully alpha friendly. Okay, so that's the Heron. Great for exploration. Now, as we improve, we can upgrade that. We can go to the Navy issue, which is going to give us just better bonuses to our scan and probe launcher strengths and things like that, and our CPU requirement. And then we can eventually get to a covert ops frigate. So the covert ops frigates are spectacular JSpace explorers because they can run covert ops cloaking devices. So we ran the Buzzard for a very, very long time in JSpace. And the Buzzard fit that we used, I'll show you. It's out here in Thera. These guys are having so much fun with their Vargers and Hulks and things like that. Let's see. Out here in Thera is our little Buzzard. Event Horizon. There we go. So for this ship, we're following the exact same mentality. We threw an interdiction nullifier there in that remaining high slot, so we can escape from bubbles if we need to. But we've got our micro warp drive, our range finding and acquisition or pinpointing array, our data analyzer and relic analyzers. We've got our overclocking unit to help us with that signal processing that actually, as you can see here,
decreases your ship's CPU requirement, or increases the CPU rather. The reason that we did that was because we wanted to add this interdiction nullifier on here to help us escape from bubbles if we need to. And then we've got a whole bunch of inertial stabilizers down here. We could replace one of these with like some damage control units and things like that, but we're pretty maxed out on CPU and power grid. Overall, though, we're accomplishing our goal. Scan things down quickly. Be able to do data and relic sites with a good amount of virus strength, and then be either nimble and escape quickly with a fast align time if we need to, or have a little bit of extra tank there. That's kind of the way. So that's mainly how it gets to our fits for exploration. Now then, the Astero, right? Here's what we are flying. I love the Astero, mainly because I love the way it looks. It's so iconic when it comes to exploration in EVE Online. So I really love the Astero, and I'm happy to fly it. We're using pinpointing array and acquisition array. We've got our micro warp drive here. And then we have a Zeugma integrated analyzer that we were able to salvage off of a Stratios that we killed the other day with our Tengu, which is pretty sweet. Love it. The Zeugma integrated analyzer combines your data and relic analyzers into one module that is extraordinarily expensive. That one module probably costs like almost 500 million ISK. So crazy expensive. Not necessary, right? Not required. Even with only 4 of these spots, I could swap this out for a data or relic module and then use a mobile depot to swap between the two. Works just fine. That's exactly what we were doing before we killed the Stratios and stole their Zeugma analyzer. And then we've got a warp core stabilizer, so in case we get tackled, we can try to escape. Damage control unit and some nanofiber internal structures for that survivability and quick align time. Now, the nice thing about the Astero, and you can modify your Herons and your other ships as well with drones, but the Astero is very good at drones. It's got a pretty good drone bay. So you can see we've got some Hobgoblins and Hornets in here. These are ECM Hornets, so we can help people. We can like try to break people's lock if we get a good burst on there and get lucky. Probably not. We'll probably die very quickly. We have less than 4,000 HP. But the Hobgoblins can help us out when we actually try to do a little bit of PvP. So the Astero is actually a very good hunter in J-Space. You just got to pick your right targets, right? We're going to be hunting Herons, Cheetahs, Probes, Imicuses, Ventures, Prospects, things like that. And then for our rigs here, we've got PvP-oriented rigs here to help us with targeting as well as some armor. And then what we do is we refit this ship into a PvP fit when we're not doing relic and data analyzing. And those different modules are held nice and safe on our porpoise. Does that say 245 DPS? I wish. That would be amazing, Dunk. No, it says 24.5 DPS. It's very low DPS. We boost it up a bit higher when we're on our PvP fit. Let me see if I've got that available. Which one do we use? It's a little bit of a combination between a couple of PvP fits. I think this guy's probably pretty close. Yeah, we're hitting at like 70 DPS. 70-ish DPS with our PvP fit on here, which we've got, you know, warped scramblers and web of fires and all those crazy things on there. We use a regular probe launcher here, but on our Tengu we use a expanded probe launcher, so we can use combat probes as well. Now, the exploration ships are perfect for exploring, obviously, in J-Space. The T3Cs can also handle exploration. They can also do data and relic sites. In fact, the T3Cs get a great bonus to data and relic site hacking and things like that. So these are great ships for it as well. Very expensive to be doing data and relic sites, but you can also combine that with very strong PvP ship. You could go out and roam through J-Space, killing other capsuleers that you find, having fun in PvP, and then doing data and relic sites if you can't find them, which is pretty great. So great ship for that as well. Any T3C really can do that quite well. All right, this nullsec hole is still here. We still got this huge group of individuals hanging out and tackling stuff down. It seemed like they're pretty cool. Let's see, where are they all at now? They still all on one site? Most of them are. Let's see if they've got any other of these ore sites here. We might jump through that C4 just to see if we can rejoin with our Tengu in a little bit here. Anyway, all right. So any questions or anything to add, guys, on the exploration ships and fits out there? You get 140 out of your Astero. That's amazing. 140 is a lot, Donk. That's a lot of damage for an Astero. I think my drone skills need to be leveled up quite a bit before we're going to be able to do that much damage. The main thing we use our Astero for in PvP is really for tackle. We try to hold things down just long enough that our Tengu can get there and seal the deal. Because our lock time on our Astero is significantly shorter than it is on our Tengu. Okay, so that kind of covers the exploration stuff a little bit. We're going to talk next about some gas huffing and how to do that. Once I've scanned down the holes, I changed the probe launcher for a 200mm autocannon. Ah, that's where the extra DPS comes down. Okay, nice, nice. That's a good idea. So, let's take a look at our prospect here. So here's what we're flying right now. Now, I highly recommend the prospect when it comes to huffing gas in J-Space for a couple of reasons. Number one, the ship has bonuses to gas clouds, right? To huffing down gas. So we get a bonus here to our gas cloud scoop duration, which is nice. We get a 5% bonus to mining yield. Great stuff. 100% bonus to mining and gas cloud scoop yield. So the gas cloud scoop yield is perfect. And we can run a covert ops cloaking device. So that's why the prospect is such an amazing J-Space mining vessel, especially for gas, is because it can run that covert ops cloaking device, which is wonderful. Obviously, it's a little bit more expensive, but this is like the way to hoover down gas. It's perfect for it. There's Frentix in them there, Nebulae. That's right. It also has a bigger mining hold, which is nice. So you're looking at I believe it is a 1,200 meter cubed mining hold here. Yes, 12.5. So 12,500 cubic meter mining hold, which is nice, a bit more than the Venture, especially gas. When you're trying to mine as much gas as possible, you want to be able to scoop that all in, and it's very voluminous. Obviously, it takes up a lot of space in your mining hold, which is why we compress that with our porpoise out here. So the prospect is kind of like my go-to if I can. For the fit for this guy, we've got an inertial stabilizer, a damage control unit 2, a warp core stabilizer to help us escape if we get tackled. We've got a power diagnostic system, micro warp drive. The micro warp drive is very important so that we can speed tank and avoid enemy rats on the gas sites that are in J-Space without having to fight the rats. We can just run away while we orbit the gas cloud and hoover it down. We call it Jedi, like Jedi mind tricking the enemies in there, or Jedi gas huffing. And then we've got some shield booster, or a shield amplifier, and a compact extender just to give us a little bit of extra HP. Help us out of there a little bit. And of course, we've got our gas cloud scoops the best we can, and our covert ops cloaking device. And then some polycarbon engine housing to just keep us nice and nimble. We've got a 2.75 align time here. Super, super nice. And with our micro warp drive on, we're cap stable. Very important. Must be cap stable with the MWD on. and the gas cloud scoops. And we're moving at 2,700 meters per second, which is what allows us to do that Jedi trick and hoover down all the gas while we're doing that. Okay. We can also use a venture to affect this same goal, right? We can do gas huffing, and you can do mining as well in both of these ships here in J-Space. I prefer to go after the gas because it is a lot more valuable from a density standpoint. The ISK per meters cubed of gas versus ore, the gas is way more valuable. So that's why we go for gas primarily. But let's take a look at the venture because you can do the same thing here as well. The venture is such an amazing ship. All right. So with the venture, I think I might have a gas huffing fit with this little guy. Let's take a look. I think it's under frigates, right? Yes. Yes, indeed. Here we go. Our little gas huffer. So this is what we used for a very long time when we first started gas huffing. We've got our gas scoops on here. We have a prototype cloaking device. If you are alpha, you just drop that cloaking device. Don't need it. You just have to be very careful about where... Actually, what you could do is refit this guy with a... We actually want to drop this and use a scanning equipment probe launcher. There we go. Use our probe launcher rather than the cloaking device. Or just run with one gas cloud scoop instead of two and throw the cloaking device on there. And or, of course, I think there might be enough space in the cargo hold. Oh, no, it's only 50 cubic meters in the cargo hold. So you don't really have enough space to run or to, like, store a cloaking device in there and swap them out. So you kind of got to choose. Of course, we've got our afterburn on here. We'd actually want to swap this out for that micro warp drive. Still cap stable with that guy. Moving at 2,300 meters per second. We've got our shield extenders. And then I've just got a power auxiliary thing here because I actually don't need that. We could put something like an inertial stabilizer on here. That'll work out okay. Reduce our align time a little bit. Yeah, 3.3 seconds. Nice and quick. And then some tank here. So what are we going to do? We're going to scan down a wormhole, fly in there, scan down the gas sites, warp to the gas sites, begin huffing down the gas and orbiting with our micro warp drive on. Profit. Now just remember, you're not cloaked. You can't cloak up while you're in there. So having good safe spots built when you enter the wormhole so you can be out there in a nice safe spot while you scan down the gas sites is important. And that way you're not going to be killed while you're sitting in a spot that somebody can easily find you at. You only... Oh, sorry. You came into the chat as you missed the, at the end of our Astero discussion. Do you VOD? We absolutely do, Autonomous Donk. Every single one of our streams is up as a VOD on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. You can actually go back and watch the very first time we played EVE Online on stream. So you can check it out on YouTube there. We also keep our VODs on Twitch, obviously, too. But I recommend the YouTube VODs as they are a little bit higher quality, and they've got all the music and that kind of stuff there. But, oh, and the Twitch ones, like, go away after, I want to say, 30 days, maybe 70 days since we're a partner. It might take a little while longer. But yes, the YouTube VODs stay forever, which is pretty sweet. Stratios fleet, Hoot? Yeah, Stratios fleet would be pretty fun. I don't think I can fly the Stratios. Let's take a look. Pretty sure I can't fly a Stratios right now. It's going to be, I think our fleet next weekend is going to be an amalgamation of wonderful ships. I don't believe there are any ice harvesting in J-Space, so I wouldn't worry too much about the endurance. And then I have seen all these other ships, like these Hulks obviously are out here. These guys know what's up when it comes to mining all these different minerals and stuff like that. So ore is obviously a very lucrative thing as well. As far as basics and introduction, though, going solo into J-Space, I recommend going for gas because it is just significantly more valuable if you're going to take a solo venture or prospect in there. And you know what? If you lose a bunch of prospects or a bunch of ventures, really ventures, if you lose a bunch of those guys in there, like, no big deal. You make that one trip to J-Space with a little tiny, super cheap venture is going to make you back like 30 or 40 or 100 new ventures in a single trip. You know what I mean? It's amazing. Property, what is going on? Welcome from the YouTubes. What video am I looking at for your competition? Ah, James, that would be our... That video is our Winter Nexus event overview video. We also have a little channel update there, and it says, like, giveaway on the thumbnail. Do we multi-box? Do you have to multi-box? Absolutely not. You do not have to multi-box to enjoy EVE Online or enjoy J-Space. Definitely not. Oh, there's ice and shattered wormholes. That's right, Donk. That's right. I believe there is ice and shattered wormholes. So you could use the endurance and shattered wormholes. That'd be fun. Okay. Miss me a bit of EVE Online, right? I should get back in solo wormhole sound. Dude, solo wormholing is amazing. So amazing property. So much fun. And the fields are very worthy. Ooh, good. That's good. We'll have to go. Maybe we'll get it. We just barely got an endurance the other day for the Winter Nexus event. I actually really enjoyed the ice mining with it. Maybe we'll, if we find ourselves a little shattered wormhole, we'll go grab the endurance and bring it out there to go try and do some ice mining. That'd be fun. Can the endurance use a covert ops cloaking device? No, it would appear. That's too bad. Another benefit of the prospect. Prospect is one of my favorite shifts. Okay. So, let's see. Let's go... I'm going to move this prospect around a little bit. We're going to see if there's any gas sites that are not being hoovered up by our friends that are here. And then I'd like to demonstrate a little bit of gas huffing with the prospect if we can. We'll talk to this corporation center, see if they'll allow us to do that. This one looks clear. Let's see. I am... Let's ask them if they mind if I scoop a bit of gas while they mine the ore and the rats. To be quite fair, I'm not super worried about them being able to kill us. They might be able to, but as long as we're paying attention, we should be able to get some gas pretty quickly here. Endurance can fit a prototype and still move full speed while cloaked. Ah, that's true. They just can't warp while cloaked, right? That's true. I did see that there is the benefit to cloaking device. They just can't use the covert ops one and warp. But, I mean... you know, not bad, though. Not bad. There is something to be said, like you're saying. There is something to be said about being able to move on grid at full speed while cloaked. That is pretty cool. 40 million M3 of the good stuff. That's a lot. That's a lot. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to have to check out some shattered wormholes with some ice. That'd be great. All right, cool. I'm going to ask them if their C4 has any K-space connections. We can obviously go check it out ourselves. They offered to clear the site for us, which is cool. This is such a great corporation. These guys are cool. I like these guys. Oh, critted C5. So the only thing we're gonna have is that null set connection. They said that they've got a C5 connection that's crit though. So okay, so let's take a look at some gas. So when we're talking about what we can do here, obviously the data and the relic sites can be important. I think we still have one of those available here. So we'll talk about exploration sites first. So let's go ahead and warp to this relic site here. Did I make a relic perch? Does not appear to. So we'll jump over here though and take a look at this relic site. Now, this is a ruined angel science outpost, which I do believe is one of the safe sites. So when you're flying through J-Space, you're going to find all these data and relic sites out there. Well, not all of them, like this one, are safe to fly to. Many of them, in fact, most of them, are surrounded by sleepers. The enemy NPCs that inhabit all of Anoikos. The sleepers, some say, potentially the Jove. Anyway, the ruined ones are empty, though. Ruined Angel Science Outpost, so this is actually probably a pretty lucrative one here. If there were rats here, we would need to clear them first with some other ship, because they will kill you very, very quickly. But you may be asking yourself, Boojum, how do we know? How do we know which sites are safe? Which ones are dangerous? How do I know how much ISK I'm going to make if I go to one of these sites? Is it worth it or not, right? Ah, that's where one of our favorite tools comes into play here. This is a wonderful, wonderful Google document that I have open pretty much all the time while we are in J-Space. Gruboos, maintained, no lax, updated cars, modified, Rikey's Guide 1.5. I think this is the most current version. There may be other ones out there. Bottom line is it's Rikey's Guide to Wormhole Space that has been iterated upon and updated throughout what I can only assume are many years. And it kind of breaks things down pretty well for us. So we've got our C1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wormhole classes. So we, for example, are in a C3 site. Let's go check that out. Forgotten Frontier Quarantine Outpost. These are the relic sites that can show up in C3s. So in this case, we've got a relic signature, another relic signature. These ones are very dangerous and have rats on them. So if you see a Forgotten Frontier Quarantine Outpost or Recursive Depot, they're not really forgotten by sleepers. They are probably forgotten by capsuleers because anybody who goes there dies very quickly in exploration ship. But the sleepers remember. They remember. So those are dangerous. They would need to be cleared out first. In fact, were we to kill all of the rats here, we would get 79 million ISK from this. A good rule of thumb, right? That's a good rule of thumb, dog. If the name sounds safe, it's not. It's not. Nowhere is ever safe in EVE Online, but definitely not forgotten relic sites. Okay, how otherwise do we read this? Let's take a look at this Fortification Frontier Stronghold. This is a combat anomaly, a combat site, right? It drops 41.1 million ISK of blue loot. You get 147 ISK per HP. I don't really care about that, but we look at the total. That's not bad. 41 million ISK for the entire site. Wave number 1 is when you warp to the site. The first wave is going to be 2 Emergent Defenders, which are frigates, and 2 Awakened Defenders, which are cruisers. The trigger that initiates Wave 2 are the Awakened Defenders, these 2 cruisers. These 2 frigates don't scram, they do both web, they don't newt, and they don't rep, and then there's some speed, as well as their DPS and alpha and their EHP total, right? So you get some information about the enemies that are on site here. So when we warp to this site, the first thing we're going to do is kill the 2 frigates because they web us. Then we're going to kill the 2 cruisers, and they are the trigger. They will start the next wave. When the next wave begins, we've got 4 cruisers, 2 Awakened Defenders, 2 Awakened Upholders. The Upholders this time are the trigger, so we're going to kill those 2 last. but they also web us and they also nude us. So that can be a little bit tricky. But we're going to kill the defenders first, then we'll kill the upholders, and then we go to wave 3. And then wave 3, there obviously is no trigger because it's the last wave, and there's 2 cruisers, 2 awakened defenders, an awakened preserver. The preserver repairs other ships. We're going to kill that guy first. Then we're going to focus on killing the awakened upholder, another cruiser that does webbing and nuding. And then we're going to kill the sleepless upholder, which is a battleship that also newts us. This one also webs us. It doesn't say it here, but it does web you. And then we'll work on the awakened defenders lastly. And we'll get 41 million from that. So that's kind of how you read this sort of spreadsheet here. Those are for all of the potential combat sites at each of the wormholes. For the gas sites, these show up in all classes of wormhole. And you can see that they tell you how much ISK you can get at each of the different sites, as well as the enemies that will eventually appear at each of the gas sites. So each time you warp to a gas site for the first time, around 15 to 25-ish minutes later, enemy rats will appear and try to kill you. And it tells you how much loot you get from them, what kind of damage they do, things like that here as well. All right. Can you scan if there are NPCs at such sites? I don't think so, Riggs. I don't believe you can scan the NPCs there. Let's see. Similar stuff for the ore deposits here. You can see if you're going for ores. And then if you were in a drifter wormhole, which is crazy, they've got battleship responses in there and some other data that makes the spreadsheet work is here. So anyway, overall, a great tool to use for J-spacing. I should probably put a link to this in my corporation chat. Probably do that really quick. Or maybe in just our Boojum channel. How about that? I might even have one there as well. No, we'll put it. We'll add this really quick. In case you guys want to go get that. Where do I click on to make that happen? Oh, here we go. Message of the day. I might have to unlock this really quick. Message. Channel settings. I know it's here somewhere. What's the Boojum channel? It is The Boojum. The Boojum. If you type in, let's see, I don't know if it works on YouTube, but it is. Let's see. The Boojum is our in-game chat channel. There we go. Now then. What's going on, Savage? Good morning. Huge shout out to Savage. Good to see you too. You caught us in the middle of a diatribe about our little update on how to assess rat sites with our Rikes guide. Are you related to the stream The Boojum? No, not at all, Donk. Not at all. In fact, The Boojum, great streamer, by the way. Shout out to The Boojum and their stream. In no way related. But I did see them the other day. I believe they just started playing EVE Online not too long ago. In fact, I was looking for people to raid a little while ago, and I was like, hey, this guy's got the same name as me almost. And so we raided them. Very similar, though, right? Now then, I just want to update my message of the day. I know there's a way to do it. Configure word filters and highlights. No. I think I'm just clicking in the wrong spot. Aha. Maybe this is it. It's not that. Hidden messages, which is a thing you can do apparently. Surely there is a way to configure the message of the day, right? Thank you, Cosm. Thank you. Oh, Boojum. Oh, hey, is Boojum in the chat? Hey, what's up, Boojum? If you're here. Well, if you guys know how to change the message of the day on here, let me know. I always forget. And for some reason, I can't get it to work. But we'll update that in a second. We'll throw that link in there for you guys. I'll also link it right here for now. There you go. There's the Google Docs link for what we just went over for this sweet little relic site here. Okay, so with that, we're going to take a short break here. And then what I'd like to show you is we're going to talk about how to relic site a little bit here. But then we're also going to talk about how, really what I'm talking about is how to do some Jedi gas huffing here. And hopefully we don't die doing it. So let's get a little giveaway set up. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll. And we'll see after that's done, after that little demo, we'll see if we can actually get our Tengu out here. Okay. We did relic and data before. Let's do... How about this time? All right, for this giveaway on Twitch, we're going to do hashtag gas on Twitch, hashtag or on YouTube. Perfect. Only tried the Jedi huffing once and it didn't go well. A demo would be awesome. We have a good demo for you in store, Donk. We've got a good demo for you. All right, but before that, we're going to take a short break and then we will be right back. All right. Let's go have some gas, huh? Hashtag gas. Hashtag gas on Twitch. Hashtag or on YouTube for these giveaways. For these 2 giveaways. Here we go. My favorite alien. What's going on, Anarchy? What is happening? Trained your noobs a little last night? Nice. Okay, so before we run this giveaway really quick, I wanted to talk about, just mention kind of how to like tackle some relic sites or data sites, right? Generally, these are pretty safe to warp to 100 or 70 to without uncloaking, if you are running a covert ops cloaking device like we do here. Now, the drone relic and data sites, the new ones that have shown up in JSpace, those ones will very oftentimes uncloak you, so that can be a bit tricky. I recommend when you are warping to a relic or data site for the first time, creating a perch point that's not too far away from it, so you can monitor what's happening to the site and just make sure there's nobody there like sneaking around doing any kind of weird stuff. For the most part, it gives you a good place that you can align to and escape from if you need, and you can also warp from your perch point to the site itself. Helps you to go and hunt if you're doing some PvP, gives you an escape if you are on the site yourself, and allows you to just see what's happening on grid from the safety of a couple 100 kilometers away. So if we wanted to go run this one, obviously there's no rats here. We'd go and run this just fine. The other relic sites that have rats on them, the predominance of value is actually from the rats and not so much from the sites themselves. So what we're really looking for here are the ruined Angel or Garista or Sancha sites, relic sites that have pretty valuable loot in there. We may run this site here in a little bit. We'll see. There's obviously a lot of people that were hanging out in this wormhole, and could easily do some horrible things to us. So probably not going to do that too much, even though they sound like they're super cool and they said they wouldn't kill us. No one's to be trusted in EVE Online, obviously. So that's kind of your standard hacking stuff. Here's the difference, right? If you're out in K-Space and you're running a data or relic site, you can just look down at local and see who's there. So if you're the only person in local, you know you're 100% safe, and you can continue to do the hacking and relic and data sites. But in JSpace, you can't. Are you in the Astero? Whose fit you should for? That's my Astero fit. And the Heron fits were from Caroline, actually. So what does that mean? In JSpace, when you can't see who's in local, while you're doing your hacking, you also need to be descanning. Be constantly descanning. Know that you're covering the wormholes. So if somebody comes through a wormhole, they'll be instantly on descan. And you're, I mean, it is like hack, descan, hack, descan. You're descanning and you're trying to clear the hacks as quickly as you possibly can. Hey, Envo's here. What's going on, Envo? By the way, shout out to Envo for being the very first teacher of JSpace for us on our third day playing EVE Online. I was actually doing a little throwback the other day and looking at some of my old VODs. And you taught us some pretty amazing JSpace tricks, Envo, in our chat and also on Discord, stuff like that, for EVE Online. So thank you. Look how far we've come. Only I lived in JSpace. You're home since day 2 of the game. Right? That's almost like, it feels very similar to us. We made it a little bit farther than day 2. Well, day 3, we were in JSpace. At your wonderful recommendation. Okay, so descanning is super important. Must be descanning, right? You're going to see as I'm explaining a lot of the factors in this game and talking during this tutorial that I'm not constantly descanning. Why is that? Because I'm cloaked up, 100% safe here. I don't need to descan as much, and I'm talking to you guys. Realistically, like if I'm playing and doing anything that's uncloaked, if I'm in combat sites or anything that where anybody could see me, descan is running constantly. And we got to remember to look at the results of your descan. Don't just descan and then forget to look. We've done that before, like yesterday, for example, resulting in death. That will almost always result in your death. So descan and look while doing the hacking. That's the important thing. And if anything shows up, jump away. If it's a venture that shows up on descan, warp away. If it's another heron, warp away. Right? Back to your little perch site. Hunker down. Look and see what's happening. Make sure you're good to go. Now, the nice thing about being on one of these relic sites is you do have to scan them down. So somebody has to scan this down to be able to warp to it or to you, right? So that means that they're either using combat probes to scan you down and or the relic site. They could be using normal probes to scan the relic site down or combat probes. So you could restrict your descan range to try and see when people are getting close with their scanner probes. But also remember, like myself in this place, they could have been here waiting for you for a long time. Remember, we're training patience to level 5 in Wormhole Space. J-Spacers are exceptionally patient. They could have literally been sitting here for hours watching this relic site, waiting for you to show up so they can get a little kill. Oftentimes, while I'm doing other things, I will do that. I'll be doing other things throughout my day. I'll just have a ship watching a spot, waiting for somebody to show up while I'm editing video or working on, OBS for our stream and things like that. So OCD levels of patience. That's right. Role players have V keys, which are worn out. That's exactly right. Apparently macros are against TOS. True. Everyone also presses the same button. That's right. I actually have mine, Envo. My descan is mapped to our mouse button here on the side. So it's always in hand. I don't wear out my V key. I just wear out my mouse. Yeah, just like you, Caroline. Nailed it. Waiting 200 clicks away. That's right. Okay, so let's talk about our giveaways, because we need to do that really quick. And then we're talking about some gas sites. You guys ready? Hashtag gas on Twitch, hashtag or on YouTube. Thumb has repetitive strain. True. Carpal tunnel either way, right? All right. Arendar, what's going on YouTube? Love that. Here we go. Spinny with the win on Twitch. Nicely done. Nicely done. Mouse buttons are set for comms. Ooh, interesting. Nice. I've got a foot pedal for comms. That's what we use primarily. Congratulations, Spinny. Congratulations. We're going to send you some sweet, sweet loots. All right. Caddy, Coercer, or Cormorant. You may choose, Spinny. Oh, headphone with flip to mute. Nice. Amber Himalaya. Ooh. Ooh. Caddy, Coercer, Cormorant. Well, there's one left of each. Cat today. Right on. Love that. Create contract. Arbor Himalaya. Yes. All right, off she goes. Now then. Off to the YouTubes. We're rolling this guy. Here we go. El Felixo again. Clean it up today. Clean it up. Woo. Nice. All right, El Felixo. You get to choose. Caddy, Courser, Cormorant. I need to contract this to my other person, don't I?
Nailed it. Any, you say. Okay, any it is. Courser it is. No, wait. Vindicator Blueprint it is. El Felixo. Nice. All right. Done and done. Let's see how quickly we can die. Okay, so as we stated earlier, we found a gas site, right? And we would like to hoover down this gas in either our little venture or a little prospect, but we're concerned with the rats that are on the gas site. Now remember, the rats don't show up until anybody has warped to the gas site itself. Once somebody warps there for the first time, between 15 and around 25 or 30 minutes later is when the rats will appear. That gives you a little bit of time to get set up and ready to go to get yourself into a good orbit around this gas site. So you can see here, there's already some frigates that are here that are kind of monitoring this site. Now, I do believe that there are some gas clouds that are small enough that the Jedi trick doesn't work. I haven't found those ones yet. At least not that I've tried. So take what I'm going to say with a slight grain of salt. That it's always dangerous, of course, but there could be ones out there where this doesn't quite work. We are teaching them how to ninja. That's right, Envo. That's right. I want to say that I think it's maybe the ordinary ones or the instrumental ones don't work. I don't know. I think I've mined pretty much every type of gas there is in J-Space. Every gas site I think I've mined, except for the vital core reservoirs, which have 4 battleships that show up on them. I think that might be the only one I haven't tried to ninja. All the other ones I've ninja'd, and I have done it successfully. I'm pretty sure. Just clear the rats and salvage now? Yeah. That's not a bad way to do it. Okay. So here, unfortunately, all of these sites have rats on them already. I think we're going to be okay, though. We're going to be okay. So here's a token site. I'm going to have to do this kind of quickly, so I need you to bear with me. I'm going to explain it first, and then you're going to watch what happens. This is also what I do when I go and drop off gas and then come back. All right, we're at a token reservoir. Love token reservoirs. They have C70. C70 is ISK-dense gas, right? So if we were to look at our little guide, our Raikiki's guide for the token reservoirs, we'll see that the C70 is worth 7,000 ISK per cubic meter. There's only 6,000 cubic meters of gas on the site in the cloud, but for the C70, it's very valuable, right? It's ISK dense. That's the kind of ISK that I want. I want ISK dense gas so I can store as much of it as possible and then go sell it for lots, right? Rotaru, have I heard about the chameleon mining? Works only in vitals and instrumental gas sites. I have not heard about chameleon mining. I have not. That sounds interesting. You have to help me explain what that is. Oh, Andy Virus with the raid. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Are there some gas sites where the rats warp in after about 15, or is that changed now? All the gas sites in J-Space autonomous, donk. The rats warp in between 15 and 25 or 30 minutes. Yes. What is going on? What is going on? Andy Virus, how are you all doing? Yes, Andy, we are learning about wormhole space. Yesterday and today, we are doing live survival guide to J-Space, tutorials on J-Space, so that next weekend on the 28th and 29th, you guys can all come and join our J-Space Nomad fleet and enjoy roaming through J-Space with us. I highly, highly encourage you, if you
are in any way interested in J-Space, if you don't know about it, if you have questions, come join us next weekend for that on the 20th and the 29th. All you got to do is send me the Boojum in-game an in-game message letting me know that you want to join with the 2 words praise Bob. Just send me a mail that says praise Bob, and you can come join us. Andy, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Go eat. Go and eat. All of the raiders, welcome to the Boojum-Verse. Welcome, Infantryman for Life. What is going on? Welcome, everybody. How was Andy's stream? Was it spectacular? Amazing as always? Huge shout out to Andy Virus. Huge shout out to Andy Virus for anybody who is hanging out here with me in our little stream and are not watching Andy. Go check him out. Malakala raid. Nice. All right. So for everybody who's here, yes, you've caught us in the middle of a Wormhole Survival guide. And we're about to demonstrate how to ninja mine gas. Ninja mine gas. Praise Almighty Bob. That's right. So does that mean if rats are present when you arrive, someone has already been there? Or are the initial rats there and they warp into later? Ah, good question, Donk. A great question. If you arrive at a gas site and the rats are there, just like this one, that means that somebody has already been there. It means they've already been there. The first time anybody goes to a gas cloud, there are no rats at all. And then they show up 15 minutes later. Yep. Or, Donk, or it means that somebody killed the rats and there are no rats there. So sometimes I'll show up at a gas site and I'll start mining and like 30, 40 minutes go by and no rats show up. And I'm like, somebody was here previously. They killed the rats. They didn't take all the gas. They just wanted the blue loot or something like that. Yep. This advice doesn't include turrets on gas sites. That is true, Envo. That is true. Good point. There is a gas site, I believe, that has turrets that are already there, and those will wreck you. Those are spicy. Don't go to those ones. That is the... the ordinary one. The ordinary perimeter reservoir. It's got 5 sentry towers. That's the one. That is the ordinary perimeter reservoir. Is, as we suspected, that is the one that you can't ninja. You can't ninja down because it's got those towers. Yep. Ordinaries will kill you. Definitely the ordinary. That's got the towers. That's why you can't ninja the ordinaries. That's right. That's right. No other rats show up on those guys. Those guys are really annoying to kill. Yep. What a name, ordinary. Yeah, as I'm sure you guys are realizing in J-Space, anything that sounds safe is dangerous, and anything that sounds dangerous is probably dangerous. Also true, Brock. Also true. The ordinaries really aren't super worth it. Okay, so let's pretend that we showed up at this token reservoir. I love the token ones. Like I said, good, valuable ISK here. The C70 is nice. We warp to 0 on this site because we know it's clear. We've already got it bookmarked, and it's good to go. There are no rats here at all. We're going to pretend there are no rats here, right? What we're going to do is once we hit 0 on the site, we're going to select the C70 over here. Whoop, nailed it. The C70 full right. We're going to select that. We're going to right click on it. Click on orbit. And we're going to orbit at current, which will be 0. Orbit at 0. So we're going to orbit at 0 on the gas that we're going to huff, which in this case is the C70. You can see it's this little cloud down here. So a little smaller, but no big deal. We're then going to turn on our micro warp drive. We're going to target it. And then we're going to begin huffing down the gas. Eventually, the rats are going to appear. And when they do appear, they're going to start to chase us. But if we've done this correctly, then our velocity should be sitting around 2,000 to 2,500 meters per second. We've got a nice big orbit. Even though we're orbiting at 0 because the gas cloud is so big, our orbit is actually huge. And the rats kind of end up just chasing us around the outside, kind of stuck in the middle here, and they can't really do much to us. Sometimes they'll spawn in and can get a little bit of hits on you, a little newt every now and then. So you do have to pay attention, be ready to warp off if you need to. But once you've got your orbit established and the rats are in their little chase, you're pretty much safe. The nice thing about the rats, too, is that they offer you protection. So if somebody warps in to try and kill you, suddenly there's all these other enemies that are there, and they start to be attacked by the other enemies. The gas cloud uncloaks them, gives you time to escape, causes confusion. It's wonderful. A wonderful little symbiotic relationship between the rats and us and mining down gas. Spectacular. Avessa, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follow. So that's kind of how that works. Now, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the exact same process, even though there are rats already there. They're just 2 frigates and that cruiser. We're going to see if we can't... Thanks for chatting. Those guys are rolling off, they said, so praise Bob. Thanks for chatting. Let's go check out that C4, see if those guys have left yet. So we're going to do the same process here, even though the rats are already there. We should be fine, I think. I think the gas cloud will save you from perch tackles. It absolutely will not, Envo. Absolutely will not. Perch tackles, that's what we were talking about the other day. So, for example, we're perched out here at 239 meters. It's a little bit far away. We've actually got... we actually have it set up a little bit closer. If we were going to try and kill somebody in this gas cloud with our Tengu, we'd warp to here so we don't uncloak. Then we'd slow creep up on the Prospect or the Venture that are orbiting this and wait for them to, like, basically fly their orbit into our Tengu, uncloak, lock them down, get them. I've been successful at that, like, once or twice. It's tough to do, though. It's very, very tough to do. That being said, you always have to pay attention when you're in J-Space, right? Yeah, exactly. If someone's experienced, nothing will ever save you except luck. True. Luck and, I would say, vigilance, experience, and, like, paying attention. Paying attention in J-Space is what really is going to save you more than anything else. Have we discussed about how to call for help if you get lost or don't have an exit? We did yesterday, Raven. Indeed, we did. We talked about the Signal Cartel. Screaming local. Yeah, Caroline. Signal Cartel or Corp Mates. If anybody is trapped in J-Space, you can message me, DM me on Discord, message me in-game. I myself have gone out and rescued some wonderful J-Space travelers every now and then. Happy to go and do so. The Signal Cartel and the Eve Scouts have a unbelievable track record of finding people in J-Space in less than 8 days when all they know is the J number, which is pretty spectacular. That's amazing. Yeah, we didn't see them roll their hole. That's too bad. Oh well. We'll go back to our null sec perch. See if that guy's still there. Copy and paste your coordinates and spam local, right? That's what I'm doing for New Year's. Gonna put in my Signal Cartel application this or next week. Yes, Envo, that's amazing. Gotta pay for your Anoikis sins. I mean, followers of Bob, Envo. Followers of Bob. Praise Bob. Bob, of course, embraces the struggle. To those who will be bold. Bob also embraces those who will help shepherd the other children of the chain, like the sisters of Eve and Signal Cartel and Eve Scouts. Always have an alt with a cloaky scanning ship with you. Yeah, that works. The blue loot must flow. That's right. The blue loot must flow. Soon. By the way, Envo, if you didn't see, we started our Children of the Chain Alliance. The alliance to unite all of J-Space. The blue loot must flow. Oh yeah. That's a good kill, Mel Kellwink. I saw that one. It's crazy. 1.5 trillion-isk, I think is what that says. Amazing. Do I really have Bob's corpse? We don't... Well, not Bob's corpse, of course. But we sacrifice frozen corpses to Bob, if that's what you mean. We lost 2 of them yesterday, which was unfortunate. I guess they were kind of like a sacrifice to Bob. I wonder if those dropped. Oops, wrong ship. Nailed it. Did those corpses drop? No. One of them didn't. Oh, the other one did, though. Nice. That one dropped. Perfect. That's great. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Okay. You guys are so distracting. If we can ever unite Anoikis, known space will fall. That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Envo. With all of Anoikis united under one flag, the children of the chain shall rise up and tear down known space. And then we can all enjoy the impermanence of J-Space, the chaos that is Anoikis and Bob. Yes. Yes. It's going to be amazing. I'm excited for the future. Excited for the future and the coming, the second, third, fourth, the unknown resurgence of Bob. All right, so you guys ready? Ready for the demo here? We're going to try not to mess this up. So remember, we're going to warp to the gas site. We're going to select the gas we want to mine, in this case, the C70. We're going to begin orbiting at 0. We're going to turn on our micro warp drive. We're going to turn on our gas clouds, our gas hoovers, and then we're going to monitor the situation and see if we need to warp off or not. Ready to give this a shot? Show you how to ninja hoover down some gas. Anoikis can attack known space from anywhere, then disappear into the void. Exactly. Can you imagine, Envo? Imagine this, if you will. Imagine at the exact same time on the same day, simultaneously, thousands of ships emerge from hundreds of wormholes in high-sec, low-sec, null-sec, all across New Eden, and it begin a coordinated attack on gates, citadels, structures, everything. And then, just as suddenly, those thousands of ships across hundreds of systems all disappear back into the void. It's like the Triglavian invasion, but more terrifying because it's an invasion of wormholers, of J-Space psychopaths, and funded by infinite blue loot. Yes. Heresy. Order 69. That's right. Okay, guys, here we go. We're now going to begin our demo. Let's take a look. It's like the movie Us, yeah. All right, so I'm going to warp in cloaked. The gas cloud will uncloak me. That'll give me time to kind of get everything set up and good to go. All right, we're going to warp to 0 on the C70. This is why another reason why having a perch is nice, because you can warp straight to that cloud that you really want and be at 0. Okay, we're a little bit off of it. That's okay. Orbit at current there. Turn on our AB. Target this guy. We're at 2,000 meters, but it's pretty close to 0 there. Make sure our micro warp drive is on. Gas cloud is targeted. Target the gas cloud. Oh, we need to adjust our warp a little bit closer, it looks like, or our orbit a little bit closer. Set it to 500 meters there. There we go. Bring it in a little bit. So we're moving at 2,600 meters per second. Nice and fast. We're obviously uncloaked now, so descanning is a critical component to what we need to do here. While we also get some eyes on this wormhole here. So here we are, descanning away. You can see these rats are chasing us, but we're leaving them behind, leaving them in the dust. And now we'll begin scooping the gas. Okay. So even with rats already on the site, it's still totally possible to get set up into a ninja orbit like this Some people also call it Jedi, like mind tricking the sites. I typically call it ninja-ing. And we just have our orbit set here, and we're going to monitor the situation, but I think we're going to be good to go here. You'll see if you zoom in, sometimes you'll take hits every now and then. They'll shoot missiles at you, but we're moving so fast, most of the time they're going to end up missing or doing very little damage. And now we just can have our little mining hold up, look and see how much we get, and we're good to go. So now the name of the game is constantly be D-scanning, being ready to warp off if we need to. We'll have a safe, safe places that we can go. Any of our safe spots here. We could warp to our perch point if we needed to, but we're just constantly D-scanning, ready to get out if we need to. Static permanent system connections are unnatural heretical powers of Chaos Lords. That's right, Envo. That's right. The abomination that is the Stargate. Forcing you to go to the same place every time. There's no excitement in that. Space Pope. I don't really know anything about Space Pope, Raven. I don't think they're representative or affiliated with Bob. Gonna build your Marshall BPC for the invasion if Anoikis ever unites. Yes, Envo, yes. Help us. We have to spread the word of Bob, the Book of Bob. So one of the reasons we're going to be building free ports in J-Space is to that end, to spread the teachings and the word of Bob throughout all of Anoikis, so that soon, everyone can join in. All right, can we write a Book of Bob, please? Envo, there is a Book of Bob. Have you not read the Book of Bob, Envo? Here it is. Book of Bob, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the beginning, Bob forged the void, and it was without form. Darkness cloaked the depths, and the stars were veiled in uncertainty. From the chaos, Bob spoke. Let there be wormholes, paths to the unknown, that the brave may traverse and the unworthy may perish. Thus the rifts were woven, and the Noikus was birthed, a realm of fleeting paths and boundless danger. Bob saw the void and deemed it good, for only the bold would endure its trials. Buy one on Amazon? Well, I guess we could publish this and throw it on Amazon. If you guys could also listen to the audiobook. We have the Book of Bob audiobook on YouTube. Check that out. It's on our YouTube channel, in fact. It's terrifying. Wonderfully terrifying. Are we a writer? I wouldn't call us a published. We're not a published writer. We've done plenty of writing ourselves. In this case, this one was AI aided. I would say we took a lot of time to make our little Book of Bob here. But let's not break the immersion. Yes. I think there are other chapters out in Anoikis that we have yet to discover too, though. I wouldn't say that this seems to be a holistic Book of Bob. You know what I mean? There's more out there. There's more out there. Sleeper tech aided. That's right. That's right, Envo. Yes, I think we've only just begun to discover the teachings of Bob. By the way, I have got a wonderful reenactment of how we discovered the Book of Bob that we're working on. Hopefully that releases here soon on our YouTube channel. Someone out there desperately needs a girlfriend. That's right, Raven. Like all Eve players. Okay, so here we are. Look at us, just let's living our best lives here, ninjaing down some gas. Amazing. I highly doubt that C4 Corp left anybody behind to try and kill us in here, but we'll keep an eye on D-Scan, obviously, as much as we can. And now what I want to talk about is how do we transit through all of New Eden utilizing wormhole space? There's a couple of things that we need. Was the Big Lebowski a factor in Bob Dogma? Oh, dude, the Bob predates me by so much. In fact, I don't know if anybody knows the origin of Bob. It is unknowable, I would say. Some may say it's Reddit. Some may say it's in the depths of Mumble. Who knows? Bob only spoke to the chosen few, guiding them to roll the wormhole into a war zone. These few thought they went insane. Because to hear Bob is to lose your ship into reality. But Bob guides Anoikis, and destruction was his message. Yes, Envo, yes. A true envoy of Bob. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Dude. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. So much to be learned from Bob. Much to be learned from Bob. Do we use a mapping tool? We were actually just talking about that, Donk. We do sometimes use a mapping tool, but rarely. Most of the time, we use a series of bookmarks that tell us where we have gone and where we are going. Smart bookmarking and having a bookmark system is really the way we do it. Now, I do use Pathfinder every now and then, and it'll be a system that we use more and more often if we get more people in the corporation so that they can share the mapping tool. That's really what the mapping tools are for, is to share it amongst corp members or other people so they can all have essay on what signatures are in each site. And we were going to demo that today with Pathfinder, but it's broken right now. Pathfinder's broken, so we weren't able to do that. I haven't started using Galaxy Finder recently. I need to try that one. It's the best one you've found. Okay, we're going to give Galaxy Finder a try later on then. And then maybe we'll make an amendment to the tutorial video on utilizing Galaxy Finder, because I haven't really used it much. How can we unite Anoikis? Because, Envo, the true great power of mapping tools is just bookmarks. There's no mapping tool needed. Embrace the chaos. Embrace impermanence. We don't need maps where we're going. All right. Speaking of maps, oh, it's got route planning built into it. That's nice. Let's talk about route planning a little bit, because we are out here. We lost our Tengu yesterday. We want to get our Tengu back, right? So we know that this nullsec wormhole, which is about to collapse at any moment now, leads us to this site. HKYW-T out there in Horde space. So let's figure out how are we going to get everybody back. Well, a great way to do it, the tool that I personally use, is Eve Scout. So the evescout.com wormhole connections is what I use to travel through K-Space and find my way to specific locations in K-Space. In this case, we're trying to go to, we said it was HKYW-T. HKYW-T. Oh, yep, there it is, in nullsec. And with these two buttons here, you can choose, do I want to use a Thera connection or a Turner connection? So we're going to use Thera here. Those would typically have more connections than Turner, but we will look at both. And we want the shortest route. We're going to refresh this, and it'll give you a general estimate of how you can go from a Thera connection to this system. So in this case, we've got 16 jumps. It looks like in RTAC RE2B, there's a connection to Thera. And then from there, we'd have to go 16 jumps through nullsec to get to our target wormhole, or target system of HKYW-T. So, 16 jumps after we go through Thera. You can see here we're at 25 jumps if we were to fly from Jita straight there, right? And in very unsafe manners, and like no safety at all. So it could take a little bit of time. And also, we're going through a lot of gates, and a lot of those are in nullsec. Very dangerous. That's why nullsec connections are pretty tricky, right? Okay, well, if we wanted to go to Thera, what would we do? Aha! we go to our bookmarks down here, our shared locations, Eve Scout bookmarks. They've got their Thera and Turner connections. Thera, of course, being like a hub of wormholes. Turner being another hub of wormholes. Turner in Lowsec, Thera in wormhole space itself. And we can see how many jumps away from where we are right now are we to a Thera wormhole. 4 jumps away. So we could go 4 jumps, go into Thera, and then from there we take a look at, after we descan, nailed it. Take a look at, okay, cool, we need to jump out into RTAC RE2B, and then we've got 16 jumps to go to get to our target system. So we took 25 jumps and reduced it to 20. The nice thing about that is we're avoiding large quantities of known space or avoiding dangerous locations in known space, right? So, like, you don't want to go through Amazon. You're like, man, the best route takes me through Amazon. Well, let's check Thera. Maybe we could go through Thera from a high sec to a high sec and completely avoid Amazon. There might be a high sec Thera connection, 4 jumps from Jita, and another one 4 jumps from Amar. So you take having to travel all the way through jump gates and through Amazon and Udema and crazy dangerous places where you're going to probably die, moving your valuable cargo. You go through Thera instead, which is dangerous. That's true. It is very dangerous. You can bubble things in Thera, but, you know, send a scout through, go dabble in there, take a look really quick, or be really good at the micro warp drive cloaking trick, and you should be fine, especially if you're using a covert ops ship, right? So I use Thera all the time for that. We'll take a look at Turner. Looks like Turner has got 18 jumps to the nearest one. Now, what I will say is, remember that those connections, those routes, are updated periodically throughout the day, and they may not be completely current. Or use a shuttle because they've got bubble immunity. That's right. That's right. If the ship's not important, that's true, Enbo. Yeah, shuttles are great ways to travel around J-Space too, and through Thera. So this one said this was last updated 2 hours ago, right? So these 2 wormholes here that said EOL end of life, they may have collapsed already. This one was updated 20 minutes ago. They're probably relatively reliable. This wormhole may be collapsed already. But let's take a look at Jita. What are the close ones to Jita? Aha! Karu, 4 jumps away. And then we've got 2 high-sec ones. These are almost certainly collapsed, especially wormholes to Thera near Jita tend to collapse quickly because lots and lots of ships go through them because people do what I'm talking about right now, so they tend to collapse a lot. But this one may still be there, which would be kind of cool. You can see that is the one that we saw, Cairo here, 4 jumps away, so we could set that as our destination. Out there to low sec. See if that's there. Lugatic and Anarchy Alien, welcome. Thank you guys both for the follow. Anarchy, sorry I didn't see there a little while ago. Thank you for the follow. But Lugatic, thank you. Hell yes. Welcome to the Boojum-Verse. Today I discovered shuttles are bubble immune. Oh, yes. Today I discovered shuttles are bubble immune after how many years, right? Dude, it's crazy. Bubble immune shuttles, that's right. They are untackleable. We use them for transporting blue loot around. Actually, I don't know if you can transport anything. You might not be able to carry anything. Can you carry anything in a shuttle? The Diplomatic Council shuttle is one of my favorites. $10 meters cubed. So you could carry a tiny bit. You could carry a little bit. Good for BPCs and skins. Yeah, exactly. Good for BPCs and skins. This is my favorite shuttle. The Council Diplomatic one is my favorite. I love the way it looks. So cool. Anyway, so now when it comes to getting my Tengu to this nullsec connection, I absolutely would try this. You know, 15, 16 jumps through nullsec it's a lot, but it wouldn't be the worst thing at the end of the day to do. I don't think it'd be too tough, mainly because we're in a cloaky Tengu and can cloak up, and generally not too worried about getting there. The reason we're not going to do that, though, to try and rejoin with our little wormhole friends here, our little armada, is because this thing is very EOL. Very, very, very EOL. You can see that it says it's reaching its end of natural life. It's EOL. It could collapse anytime between now and 4 hours from when it first said that, so it's getting close. You can also see it's getting to be very wibbly-wobbly, which lets us know that it's getting towards the end of its life cycle here. So we're just going to chill here with our little friend Ninja huffing this gas down to make us a lot of ISK. You can see with one cargo hold full of C70, we're sitting at probably just shy of 100 million ISK. Not too bad. Caro es mi barrio. Oh, really? Have you or will you be covering safe null travel? Not today, Donk. We're not going to be covering safe null travel today. I could do that if you guys want. Would you guys like a video or a live session on safe null travel? We could do that. I've spent lots and lots and lots of time traveling through nullsec. The most notable, actually, was when we did a grand tour of New Eden, and we flew all around K-Space and J-Space and Pochvin. We literally went like everywhere across New Eden. It was one of the very first things that we did when we started playing the game, and we visited all of the memorial or renowned sites in New Eden to go and learn about the history of EVE Online, because we just started in April, and so we kind of missed out on a lot of that history, and we went and visited those sites. It was amazing. Took us, I think, 12 hours to travel all around on stream, and there's a YouTube video of it too if you want to. You can go check that out. It was really fun. But we traveled through nullsec a lot. I think we had almost 300 jumps that we did, I want to say. Safe null travel equals scout, Sinos, MWD, have a filament. Yep, that's 100% true, Envo. I would also include using J-Space to travel from one location in nullsec to another. And drifter wormholes. Drifter wormholes are really great ways to move around nullsec. Fleets use them a lot to move from location to location in nullsec, as well as low-sec and high-sec, stuff like that. Yeah, drifter wormholes are spectacular. I could do a whole video, I think, on just drifter wormholes. I would love to go. I need to go and just demo one of those. Maybe we go find one. Maybe we'll go do that next time. I think we're going to run out of time for today in our tutorial. But drifter wormholes are very unique. They're very unique. Are there any... If there's one nearby Jita here, I'll go just show you a drifter wormhole really quick if there's one near Jita. I think there is, too. Where they're all permanent, I believe. Where is a drifter wormhole? I'm sure that there's something on the internets. Dude, Adre, Lucan, welcome. Thank you for the follow as well. Let's go. Let's go. No, that's what you're doing tonight? What's that? Drifter almost... oh, you're setting up your army. Yes, Envo. Yes, yes. Let's see if I can find the drifter wormhole for you really quick. Yeah, yeah.
Jove. Like 100, something like that? Trying to see if there's an I've never seen an updated thing on the internet on Drifter Wormhole locations. You know what I mean? Search Joven for in-game characters. We're not heading anywhere. I just wanted to show a Drifter Wormhole because they're kind of cool. They're a little bit unique. You know what I mean? Yeah, Age Scout doesn't do it. I think there are other third-party tools that help identify where they are at. I just don't know where they are. I know that Nullsec Corps use them a lot to move around fleets. They use them quite a lot for fleet movements. That's okay. We just gotta find a Jove observatory system, like you're saying. Let's see. I kind of want to. I wonder if there's a way I can search for them in game, maybe on the map. Let's take a look. Filters. Are there any filters we can use? I mean, Jove filters. Sovereignty? No. I don't think there are. You can link it. Yes, absolutely. Envo, absolutely. Aha. All right, let's see what's near the forge. We've got... Let's search for one nearby Jita. Jakan Nerva. That is 4 jumps away. Or Bonin might be close. That's 2 jumps away, right? Oh no. 4 jumps away. We'll just go there. We're gonna go check out. We're gonna see if we can find one. Oh, Tuntaris is 2 jumps from Jita? Okay, we'll try that one. Tuntaris. Tuntaris. Perfect. Thank you for this. Perfect. I'm gonna bookmark this. Yes. Alrighty. Tuntaris. 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 Okay, off we go. We're gonna go check out a Jove or a Drifter wormhole. I want to show you guys that they're pretty special and unique. Okay. Now we got that spot. Thank you for that, Envo. We're gonna bookmark that away so we can have that ready to go just in case we need it later on. And while we're making our way there, let's see what else what did we want to cover. We talked about Bob's gifts. We talked about that a bit the other day. Situational awareness, safety and shadows. That's right. So we'll talk about those things here in a second here. Don't really need to demo that, but
Oh, to see your drifter wormhole alts. Ah. Okay, so drifter wormholes, we mentioned them a little bit yesterday when we talked about the different types of wormholes that there are. These wormholes are relatively unique in that they don't move from the locations that they're in, I believe. And they are... They are populated by very, very strong, terrifying drifter NPCs. So you have to be very careful. Now that we're here, let's take a look on our overview. Ah, yes. So there's a Jove Observatory here. Those Jove Observatories usually let you know that there is a drifter wormhole there. I think they do actually move, but they kind of cycle in between the Jove Observatory wormhole locations, right? So we're going to jump to this guy really quick and cloak up on the way to the observatory. But yeah, it's going to show up, like you're saying, Envo, as an unidentified wormhole SIG in the overview, right? So jumping to this observatory here isn't really... We're just going to find a little, like, stick that's there. It is a Jove Observatory that's there. But it's not the actual wormhole itself. Iceman, what's going on? Shout out to Iceman 333. What is happening? What is happening? Anyway, as we're saying, you know there is a drifter or could be a drifter wormhole in a system because there's a Jove Observatory in that system, right? In this case, it looks like there isn't one. Scan them for lore items. It's dangerous and makes no risk. Ah, interesting. We'll have to try that. Can scan these guys down for ISK, huh? Fados, maybe? That'd be sweet. To try that out at some point. Thank you, Cosm, for the shoutouts. My mods are amazing. Absolutely nailing it. Well, let's try that other one. We said... Need a specific module in a lock screen place. That's right. We need to try it. We need to do that, Envo. We need to do that. That was on our list of things to do. Obana, or whatever it was, right? What was that other one? Obanin. Nailed it. Let's go try this guy out. While we continue to... Oh, we've stopped hoovering our gas. Oh, we're full. Our little prospect, our cargo hold is full. So let's do this. Let's get our fleet going. We're going to show you guys what I mean by a nomad's home, or a home away from home, a home in J-space, living in the shadows. You know what I mean? So I'll show you what we mean by that. Let's jump to Boojum. Go to 10 clicks there. Cloak up along the way as we go. Goodbye, little rats. We will see you later. Cloak up our ship. And we're going to drop off this gas and talk about mobile depots for a little bit, as well as, like, operating and living in the shadows. While we continue to jump our way to see if we can find one of these drifter wormholes. The lore items, I don't know if they're really... I don't know. They might be worth some stuff. I'd have to look, Donk. I'm not exactly sure. Still trying to sacrifice random streamers to the drifters by getting them into drifter wormholes. Nice, Endo. Nice. We may be one of those soon. Booga, what is going on? What is going on? Howdy, howdy. Shout out to Booga. Talking about wormholes, I met my system's AMP operative a few days ago. Oh. What does that mean?
What is a systems? What's an AMP? Operative. Another Boo name. So many, right, Cosm? Unreal. It's the best way to begin a name, as everybody knows. A great combination of 3 letters, if I have to say so myself. Even better than oboe or oob. Do you ever do any Cosmos missions? Don't fully grasp the idea of those missions. I don't know what a Cosmos mission is. I'm not going to lie. Where can I find those, Audrey? There's a guy with a corp called Anoikis Mapping Project. Oh, yeah. Guy's an alpha alt in every wormhole. I know who that is. Oh, AMP, the Anoikis Mapping Project. Yeah, of course. Yeah. The Anoikis Mapping Project is awesome. Most of the wormholes that I have been in are have their alts in them. It's pretty spectacular. They're doing great. Eve University. Yeah. Pretty much all of them. I think they've got a couple of wormholes to go. Okay, let's finish jumping our way over here. And while we do that, there's a couple of more little topics that I wanted to talk about. And I would also like to open up the opportunity for you guys to ask any questions about anything that we've covered, or just about JSpace in general. So we talked about all of Bob's gifts, safety and shadows, and situational awareness. I want to talk about that in a second. Really, by safety and shadows, what I meant is like setting up safe points. So we talked about that yesterday. It's like creating safe points that are away from D-scan range or away from signatures and anomalies that people can jump to. Having a safe spot with a bookmark out in between those signatures and anomalies is critically important, as well as having and making sure that you are cloaked up. Having a cloaking device is super important, not required, but really changes the game and the safety that you have in JSpace if you have a cloaking device that you can use. So that's what we kind of meant by safety and shadows. Thought they were finished, but forgot to log in a character in 270 days and got reset into a high-stakes station. Ah, yes. What else? So situational awareness. This really goes more into kind of nomading through JSpace. But what do I mean by situational awareness? We talked about it when we were talking about D-scanning yesterday, a little bit. Let's see. We're at the Jove Observatory. Are there any wormholes here today? Does not appear that there are any here. I don't see any on my overview. We'll try one more. Jacanerva. That should be pretty close. Yep, 4 jumps away as well. Okay. All right. How do I know when I'm in danger? Yeah, that's right, Cheetah. That's right. So, situational awareness. How do we maintain situational awareness? For me, because I have myself as friends, right? Me, myself, and I can kind of hang out here. Directed Energy, what's going on? Shout out to Directed Energy. Afternoon. Welcome back. That was an amazing time yesterday, by the way. Thank you again for a spectacular raid. We're talking a little bit about how to maintain situational awareness in JSpace. If you have friends,
having people watching wormholes to hear the splashes, to watch when people come through them is one of the most important ways. Closing wormhole connections is what corporations will often do. Call it rolling a wormhole, which we're not going to cover how to roll wormholes today. We may make a different video about that in the future, kind of dedicated to it. Not too difficult, actually. My Tengu with 100 meganewton AB can do it okay. So keeping SA on the wormholes, the entrances, and the exits is super important. Knowing what your D-scan range covers in the wormhole that you're in, super, super important. Which is why we have this mini-map over here. We've created a little mini-map here so I can always know what my D-scan range is covering and where it's looking, and know what is going to show up on D-scan or not. The other part about that is when a ship shows up on D-scan, doing a background check on those capsuleers, knowing what those ships do when it comes to content. Are they exploration ships typically, gas, ore ships, PvP ships, ratting ships? Like, what are they used for? Knowing that helps out a ton. Helps you understand where they're going to be going and what they're going to be doing. That's kind of what I mean about maintaining SA. Those are the primary ways. D-scanning constantly. Constantly D-scanning is super, super important to maintain SA and what's happening. Looking at your D-scan results, very important. If you see combat scanners run, that's a great mentality to have, directed energy. If you're out there, I will say that many is the time that I have put combat scanner probes out on purpose, not because I'm trying to hunt anybody, but because I want to scare them away, which is amazing. But yeah, that's just kind of maintaining SA on what's going on. Having perch points, being patient, and watching everything around the wormhole is super critical. A good example is when we suddenly saw probes on our D-scan. They were just like sisters probes. They weren't combat probes. So they were probes on D-scan. I was looking at this wormhole, so I knew that nobody had come through this wormhole. So I knew immediately another wormhole connection has appeared here. There's somebody else in this wormhole. They didn't come through this one. I know there's a new wormhole in the system. And sure enough, there was a new wormhole, a C4, that they rolled into our wormhole on and came and took all the rocks that were in here. It was great. But we knew that because we've been watching this the entire time. We never heard or saw anybody come through it. And suddenly there are probes out. So the only possibilities are that somebody rolled a wormhole into ours and came through it, which is what happened, or they've been in our wormhole the entire time, aka they logged in and were here already, or they were just cloaked up and waiting the entire time. Those are the only two possibilities. Have a heron for wormhole stuffs. They're easy to snack. Yes, yes. I love little day tripping herons. They're so much fun to kill. But also, you can have so much fun and make so much ISK with a heron in J-Space. It's amazing. Warstrong72, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sometimes staying put is better than running. 100% Cheetah. That's 100% true. Dude, Quad Radial, what's happening? Welcome. Almost 5 hours, beast mode activated. Just finished your 10-hour stream. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Well done. Well done. Are we at? We are at almost 5 hours. My goodness, it's time for us to end our little tutorial session, I think. We got through almost everything I wanted to talk about, which is good. Excited about that. We're one jump away. Check out this, see if there's a drifter hole here. Show that to you guys, hopefully. Usually have a few different safes and wormholes, and when I see combat probes, I jump around every 20 seconds or so to annoy them. Yeah, those are always fun, Donk. Those guys are always fun. Sometimes you can catch them. Yeah, I like to have multiple safe points in our wormholes. Not just one, but multiple. Especially if I'm going to be spending a lot of time in a wormhole. I set up a lot of perches, a lot of safes. And that's really what I like to do. We nomad. I'll come roll into a C3 that I like. We'll hang out there for, you know, until we've got through all the content, right? We'll hang out there for several hours. As you guys know, when you check in on our stream, we're doing giveaways. We're hanging out. We're not necessarily completing a lot of content in there. So we kind of just chill, cloaked up, and watching them show up. Found a uni hole. Isutaka. Okay, let's see if there's one here really fast. And then Isutaka. Don't see one here. Double check that there's nothing crazy going on. We are in a Winter Nexus fight or place, so that's exciting. Or how far away Isutaka is from us. Let's find out. Thank you, Envo. Isutaka. 9 jumps away. That's not too bad. We might run out of time before we hit an ad break here. We only got 4 minutes for ads until ads hit. And then we need to raid out. 3 jumps from Judah. Damn it. Oh, it's a crossroad system. Nice. Got 2 of them. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Cool. Okay, so that's a little bit on maintaining SA. Now then, let's talk a little bit about mobile depots, right? So here we are next to our wonderful little porpoise. So we've just hoovered up a whole bunch of gas. Our cargo bay is full, and we want to go and give this gas to our porpoise. So we're going to fly over to the porpoise real fast here. Our speedy little prospect while we continue to descan here. And we're going to eject this gas into space, and the porpoise is going to scoop it up, which will be super exciting. All right, jettison. Yes, wonderful. Here's that can. Let's open the cargo. There it is. We'll put this in our mining hold. Oh, we're all full, so let's compress some gas. This will be fun. Let's see. We need to do this industrial core, the gas compressor. Let's go to our mining hold, and we'll select all of the gas that is uncompressed. We will compress it. There we go. That's done. We can actually turn these things off because we only need 1 cycle for this. And we'll open this guy back up again and pull the rest into our mining hold. And then we're going to compress that too. Might as well. Compress. And now all of our gas is compressed. We got a full hold again. Sitting at 1.3 billion in here. Not too bad. Okay, so in our little prospect here, let's kind of move you away a little bit from the porpoise so that we can cloak up the porpoise again. You'll see in our mining hold we've got a Sister's expanded core probe, or a Sister's expanded core probe launcher. I don't know why I've got an expanded one. I don't really need an expanded one. I guess I could combat probe stuff down. That's not a big deal. We'll stop you moving. As soon as this industrial core is finished cycling, then we can cloak up again. We're going to talk about the home away from home. The mobile depot, right? I don't know. In fact, in the chat, let me know in the chat, how often do you guys carry or use mobile depots when you're in K-Space? I'm kind of curious about that, because I never did in K-Space, like ever. RB Crossroad mapped. Ooh. High-Sec Jovian Observatories. Whoa. Did you make this, Envo? You do in your PvE Tengu. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, Jita. Yeah, any T3C is going to be very used to running a mobile depot for sure, for sure. Run escalations for combat and exploration. Yep. So you'd want to. The T3Cs are especially good at refitting. You know what I mean? For a good reason. Which is why we use it. We use it a lot too in J-Space, but we really use it for almost like many of our other ships too. So I want to talk about that for a little bit. It's from your insanity spreadsheet. It looks amazing. It looks amazing. Oh, I need to keep on jumping with my Tengu, don't I? Go, Tengu. Got 9 jumps to go. Travel fit, PvE fit, and a PvP fit. Nice. Is what you carry. Yes, Jita. We do the same thing in J-Space. We've got a PvP fit. We actually have 2 PvP fits now, and 2 PvE fits. that we use for different things. But we've got a PvP and a PvPe fit as well, and we use our fleet hangar and our porpoise to carry most of those things, and then the mobile depot to reconfigure them. Never really used an MTU or a mobile depot glitched. All right, tell you guys what. We're going to do a quick ad break here. We're going to finish up talking about the mobile depots really fast. We're going to showcase the drifter wormholes, and then we will be right back. We're back. We have returned. Thank you for all for waiting so patiently. That's true, Gina. Yes, in K space, you can usually refit in a station. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Look at you with the fancy transitions. That's right. Directed energy. That's right. Oh, very fancy. You want to see another fancy one? Did we create the art? We did. We did. With the help of some AI like Midjourney and Dolly, things like that. We're actually kind of using it as a way to showcase how AI improves or not, but took a long time, a surprising amount of time to make all that artwork. You'd be surprised. The high-sec map is bigger when embedded or on your spreadsheet. I bet, dude. Yeah. Yes, direct energy. Check out this transition.
Oh, yes. That didn't take forever to make. I think I want to actually... Here we are. Got me talking about streamer stuff that nobody else cares about, right? I like that better. That is done with an insane series of filters. An insane series of filters. Oh my goodness. Dabble in video editing so you can appreciate the work? Dude, yes. Dude, I love video editing as well. That and SM7B. I don't know what that is. Which AI did we use? For the artwork, we used a combination of Midjourney and Dolly. Autonomous dog. Oh. Oh, the microphone. Yes, this is the Shure microphone. It is the SM. It is the 7 dB. Yes, the SM7 dB mic. Yes, a wonderful one. Love this microphone. Really love this microphone. I also have one that I used for voiceover work for a while, which is a Rode cardio microphone, which is great. And I've got a super cardioid that we use. Anyway, whatever. There we go. Update that. Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed it. Wi-Fi's that one is great. Yes. So much fun. So much fun. Okay. We're one jump away, everybody. One jump away from this drifter hole. We're going to talk about mobile depots, and then we're going to find a target to raid, I believe. Bought your mic with hopes to do some VO work too. Need more foam though before I do. Yes. I guess we'll do a little story time. So we jumped into a little bit of voiceover as kind of a fun hobby, which we thought would be fun. We didn't do very much with it. We took some classes. I think I narrated a short story. Done some stuff for my own, things like that. Foam's definitely not necessary. You can use a closet and a big heavy blanket, or just a big heavy blanket. Works 100%. What I did was I built a room inside my room. So I built my own booth, basically, utilizing some 2x2, like some 2x2 little boards and a bunch of blankets that I just draped over the top of it all. And I was able to get a booth that was negative 60 dBs. So, like, very quiet. It was really awesome. I eventually tore that down to make this little setup that we have here. So, it's great. Nice. Quick, we have to promote the Book of Bob. Throw the Book of Bob in local. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Joven, Tony, Toby Barker. Love that. All right, let's see. Let's find one of these little wormholes. Aha! Aha. I'll show you guys this. All right. You may or may not be able to see this super well, but right here, we have what is called an unidentified wormhole celestial beacon. That is a drifter wormhole. There's actually 2 of them in here, which is kind of crazy, as Envo is talking about. So we're going to come and take a look at this guy. I'm going to warp to 70 on it. I believe, I could be wrong, but I do believe that if you warp to one of these unidentified wormholes, it won't let you warp to 0, I think. It may force you to warp to 100. We're going to see what happens here. Also going to cloak as we go, because there could be drifters here. It's 20 clicks off. Okay, yeah. So you can't warp to 0, 20 clicks off. But you can warp to farther than 20 clicks like we just did. So we're 70 off. Aha! So there's the wormhole. Oh my.
Look at that. Wow. We have to get some footage of this. That's a beautiful looking wormhole. My goodness. Look at that. Spectacular. God, wormholes are so amazing. They're so cool looking. That'll be going into a video. Ooh, look at this guy. Look at these guys. So these are those drifter battleships. Extraordinarily dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Alpha City. What are they doing? What are they up to? What are they doing, right? So strange. Oh, we're 148 clicks out from this guy. We're gonna see if we can. I think you have to jump to 0. We're gonna see what happens if we just burn our way a ways a little bit and then try to jump back. We're gonna try to warp to 0 on the wormhole itself. We're gonna see what happens. See what happens. Let's see. At the other wormhole, let me show you how dangerous. Oh yeah, here we go. Little ibis here. The Joven Toby Barker. All right, we can go to this guy. Let's see what happens to old Toby Barker here. As they're moving in with their little ibis, a little shuttle here. Oh, there's a drifter battleship back on grid. Here they are. See, they're like wandering around the system. What are they doing? The guards are back. They're back. Let's see what happens to Envo. I'm sure this will be a story that ends happily. Probably fine. Probably fine, right? Yep, they left. They're like going back and forth between this location and the other unidentified wormhole and this one. So they're going back and forth between the two wormholes. I feel like the Drifter AI is exceptionally advanced for EVE Online. You know what I mean? It makes me nervous. Makes me very nervous. Well, let's jump in. Let's just jump in here. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself. Let's warp to 0 on here and see what happens.
Cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
Aha. It doesn't let you warp there at all. It's one of the most advanced AIs in EVE. Ah, interesting. So you just have to slow boat your way there. Can we jump to...
You cannot warp there.
Yep, can't warp there at all. So let's warp. We're going to warp off to the other identified wormhole and warp back to this guy. Warp to site at 80 clicks and then side in and it works. Yes, exactly. So let's go through the other one, actually. Oh, those guys are back. Let's see if, let's see what happens here. Chalk it up to being one of the more recent AIs. That's probably true, Glitch. That's probably true. Oh. This looks bad. Oh, dear. They're so fast. My God, my life for Bob. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Will they kill your capsule? Oh, no, they're not. They don't want to kill the capsule. Damn it. It's too bad they didn't kill your capsule, because then I could have scooped up your frozen corpse and gone and sacrificed it to Bob. Oh, well. Those guys are so ridiculous. All right, I'm going to jump to the other one and then back here. So we can try to make our way inbound. And I want to show you guys inside of the Drifter wormhole. They're pretty crazy. They're pretty crazy. But no, they can leave me because I can't reach the wormhole in their guard route. Oh, that's probably true, Envo. Yeah. You could always warp off, though. All right, let's see. Which one was it? I think it was this guy. Jump back to this one. We'll see if we can go in. My life for Bob! And then I promise we're going to talk about mobile depots for a short minute, and then we'll wrap up our little tutorial. I think the last thing that we didn't really talk about was interactions with the Children of the Chain. Oh, we're cloaked. Okay, thank God. Oh, I think they might be going for him. Maybe not. They may not care about. They may not care about your capsule. All right, so we too are going to start to make our way towards this wormhole as they're guarding it. Got to be careful. Uncloak and AB our way there for a little bit, and then we'll cloak back up as we go. Might follow you in. Oh, maybe. I will say I do love this Tengu PvP fit with the extra shield rep. But there's something about the 100 meganewton overprop Tengu that goes at like 1,300 meters per second that just, I love. I absolutely love that. Trillic, what is going on? Hey, welcome, welcome. The drops, I think the drops right now are some Skinner materials, I think. But we don't have a exclamation mark drops command enabled, sorry. Yeah, the Sisters of Eve. We got to check those out in there, too. I believe there's a... I believe that there is a Sisters of Eve flotilla in there. Hey! Caroline, if you're still here, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Caroline. The Enforcer. Dude. Look at this guy. A little recon ship. It's so cool looking. So excited. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Can I even fly it? Can we fly it? No, we can't even fly it yet. But someday we will, and then we'll do something with it, which will be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Caroline. Hell yes. Love that. Okay, I think I saw those guys just barely warp off. Uncloak. Turn our AB on again. Let's sneak up on it. Sneak up on there. There is a flotilla. You found it years ago. Yes, perfect. I really have been wanting to check that out. I wasn't going to do it today, but now we are. Now we're going to do it today. Perfect. No time like the present. Get some wonderful footage of that, too. And then someday that nullsec hole is going to actually collapse. And we'll be able to get our Tengu back to the rest of our friends. See if those guys show up on grid, we're going to cloak immediately. Because I'm pretty sure they could one-shot my Tengu. Almost certain. And they're very, very, very fast. Enter the wormhole. We made it. Woo, right as those guys were showing up on grid. Hopefully they don't follow us. They might, though. All right. Check it out. A drifter wormhole. Look at how many cosmic signatures there are. Oh, buddy. That's a lot of cosmic signatures. Lots and lots of cosmic signatures. Oh, my goodness. That's a lot of scanning. That's a lot of scanning. Hey, we're going to save this as our high-sec connection. This is quite a large wormhole too, right? We're also going to do the standard stuff, right? So we're going to make a safe spot. Here, we've got our high-sec connection. Make our safe spot. We're going to jump to that Sisters of Eve flotilla beacon there and give that a shot and see what's up while we kick out our combat probes, orbit them in here. Boom. Scan this guy down. Get ready to drop our safe spot. Now we've got a safe point kind of out there in the middle of nowhere. Started the scanning on our little wormhole there. And let's go check out this flotilla. Say hello to Toby Barker. Aha, there they are. Interesting. Look at that. Ooh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Every time you found a wormhole with the flotilla, the SIGs are nearly always wormholes. Yes, that's probably true, because this was a drifter wormhole, and the majority of those signatures are going to lead to other wormholes or other places in K-space. Almost want to hear relive, so until next time, fly safe. You too, Audrey. Fly dangerous, fly dangerous. Go get exploded. Warfest, what's going on? Cool, yeah, right? This is pretty sweet. Look at that. Look at that. Shattered wormhole. My goodness. Maybe I can look at one of these guys in the center here. Yeah. One of these little asteros. My goodness. Where are they going? What were they doing, I wonder? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The Nestor's so much bigger, right? Yeah, I've never seen them side by side either. It's crazy. But there's a combat site on the system beacon. Is there a combat site? Oh, really? That's cool. Well, that was fun. We got some cool footage there. Booga. Okay. Anyway, this is a drifter hole, right? Much stuff going on in here. It would take us a while to scan all these down. But that being said, this is also a great way to get around New Eden. Great way to travel. Dangerous way to travel, obviously, but a great way to travel nevertheless, to go from one location to another very, very quickly and to avoid jump gates and gate camps and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I said, I know that Wormhole corporations, not Wormhole corporations, but nullsec corporations especially, use these a lot for moving fleets around, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Amazing way to breach enemy lines. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can look up how to navigate J-Space. Oh, it's so much fun. J-Space is so much fun to navigate. I will say that it's probably not what you expect, though. There is no... You can't really navigate J-Space. Aside from utilizing Thera as a way to jump from one location to another, or drifter wormholes to go into something like this and then back out. So going from K-Space into J-Space back into K-Space with like one wormhole or a couple of wormholes is generally what you can do. Once you're in J-Space, though, every single connection is random. So you can't reliably go from one J-Space system to another J-Space system. It just doesn't, it's just impossible. But that's what I love about it. It's new every single day, which is amazing. I mean, for example, like, I really want to get my Tengu back into the wormhole that my other ships are in with me. There's a nullsec static connection, so eventually that nullsec is going to go to a different nullsec system, and it might be really close to where my Tengu is. Does anywhere keep track of high-sec to high-sec wormholes? They're very rare. If a wormhole has a high-sec static, it will only have one high-sec static. It could have a random high-sec as well, so you could jump from high-sec into J-Space into one wormhole and then go back out into high-sec again. That does happen. I've utilized those every now and then, but they're like completely random. Really, the only people who map those would be the Signal Cartel for the Thera connections, primarily. And Envo's spreadsheet with drifter wormholes, utilizing drifter sites, though. They are full of money and terrifying danger. Terrifying danger. HiSec does tend to get extra large travel holes near trade hubs for trade. That's true. That's true. They do tend to show up there, nearby there. HiSec to HiSec that made Jita to a Mars 7 jumps. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Those are like super lucky to find. Oh, that wormhole collapsed. Yes. Okay, so that nullsec connection just collapsed. Wonderful. That means a new one's about to appear. So we're going to show you real quick. We're going to see if that made it a little bit easier for us to go from HiSec, kind of out here by Jita, to the wormhole that our friends are in, utilizing Eve map. Okay, the new static just appeared there, as we knew it will. There's it is. So let's see where that goes. Map this down really quick. We still got to talk about mobile depots really fast, right? Boom. And then we'll see. We'll see if maybe it'll be easier for us to get back out there and rejoin our little friends. That last one was kind of over by pandemic horde space, right? So we'll see where this one goes. All my Joven guys have a death wish to escape the servitor life they live. They try to get killed by drifters so they can just spend a few minutes, a few sweet minutes in a station as they get potted. In case you're aware, you don't need the blue tick to use Grok anymore. It does image generation. Oh, really? Nice. That's good. I did not know that. I haven't really used Grok at all much, to be quite honest. Set that to our perch formation there, so we can be ready to create a little nullsec perch here on this guy. Let's go see what we have at this hole. Now, this nullsec connection, because it's a static, and the exit's going to be on the other side on nullsec space, means that had we not jumped to this wormhole, it would not have, the other side in nullsec would not have appeared for several hours. So when that wormhole collapses here, we could have not warped to this wormhole, and the outside wormhole would not have opened for several hours, giving us safety for a time here. We call that having hole control. We have complete control over the wormhole. Literally nobody can jump through into our wormhole without opening a connection up. So that's one way to kind of maintain SA and security as well on a wormhole. But because we did warp to it, that exit will appear in nullsec, which is fine. We're going to make our perch point, and then we're going to go through this wormhole and take a look and see what's on the other side. They're on the outside to get that. Please, they warped off. No. If you ever have a Twitter account, ask it draw me. Ooh, I do have a Twitter account, Donk. We'll actually have to give that a shot. By the way, if you guys want to check out our Twitter account, there it is. We're getting used to it, where it's brand new for us, so we're getting used to how to use Twitter and making posts and things like that on there, but we try to post when we're live or other things like that, so love that everyone calls it Twitter. Yeah, me too, Zyler, right? By the way, welcome, Zyler. What's going on? All right, let's get these guys back in, and let's go ahead and see where this nullsec connection goes real fast, and we're going to take a quick look and just see how quickly we could get the Tengu back. It looks like it's ways out there. Ways out there. Doing well, just came back from family Christmas. We're doing outstanding, Zyler. The last 2 days we've been doing a little J-Space wormhole survival guide here on live, and we're gonna be doing a excuse you. We decided that we were going to fly as slow as possible to this wormhole rather than jumping to it, which is a little weird. Whatever. J-Space is great. We need more habits. Yes, we sure do. Yeah, I don't know if they pod or not. I thought that they did end, though. Maybe they don't. You just leave your pod sitting there now. They just won't attack you at all. All right, let's hit this nullsec and see what's on the other side. See if we can get our Tengu there. Although hanging out here in this drifter wormhole, we might hang out here for a little while. Like, I might just scan down every single connection and see where they go. That'd be kind of fun. The rats and Pochvin do pod. I know that. Yeah, the Triglavians do for sure. And every other rat and Pochvin too, I guess. They love to do that. Finding it hard to give Bob my life. Bob your tithe, right? Brockzilla's here. That's right. Oh, man. There's our C3. All right, where are we? 28 jumps from somewhere. How far are we from Jita? Ooh, we're way out here. Exciting, exciting. Let's see. So we're in ESW, whatever. Throw that there. Anybody on local? Couple of people. Hello. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Just throw that in local really fast for everybody. And get a little bit of reading in there. Oh, there's a Jove Observatory here too. But no wormhole. Ah, that would have been amazing. So that's a perfect example of how we could use a drifter wormhole here out in Nullsec, right? So that system that we just jumped into has the potential to have a drifter wormhole there. There isn't one right now, which is too bad. But we could have seen one there, a uni wormhole, yes, as they're called. We could have seen one there, an unidentified wormhole, a uni wormhole. And then we could have jumped over to our Tengu there and immediately gone through that one and be right here. So like one jump away. That would have been great. That would have been great. Oh well. I don't know if I've never been killed by the drifters before, so I don't know. Knock on wood. I'm sure it'll happen one of these days. Probably to this Tengu. Why can't I? Kill me! Kill me! What are you waiting for? All right. Let's talk real quick about the mobile depot. So I don't know if Glitch is still here. They were wondering about mobile depots. Kind of your home away from home, right? So a perfect example of when you might want to carry a mobile depot. So here we are on our little prospect. And our prospect, as you can see, has got 2 gas cloud scoops and a covert ops cloaking device. What is notably missing from our high slots here is our expanded or just core probe launcher. So our core probe launcher is not there. Uh-oh. We can't scan down wormholes. So if for some reason my prospect got left behind by everybody else and all the wormholes collapsed behind me, and I don't have any bookmarks anymore for wormholes, or I forgot to mark my exit and I jumped away and I don't have the bookmark there, and now I'm trapped in J-space. Well, if I didn't have my mobile depot, my probes and my expanded probe launcher, I would really be left with only a couple options. One, I could call Signal Cartel and see if the Eve Scouts can come and find me, which they can. Or two, I self-destruct my capsule. So I'll, jump out of my prospect, leave it here as a sacrifice to Bob and the chain, self-destruct my capsule, and take a quick journey back to K-space. I've done that before. In fact, if you find a Drake floating through a C2 wormhole, I think it was called the Moo Drake, please destroy it. It's out there somewhere. Or 3, wait 270 days, get reset, now logged in. You could do that. That is true. You could do that. Oh, man. Or they could take it, Booga. They could also enjoy the Drake. Enjoy the C2 ratting Drake that we began C2 ratting with. It's a great ship. Really good passive fit. Wonderful ship. Okay. So, in lieu of that, we're going to carry our little mobile depot here along our side of our Fado Bro, and we're going to use that. So how do these things work? The reason I bring this up is because I didn't know how these worked for a very long time. Never really used them and didn't know how to make them work. even when we came out into J space here. So we'll drag the mobile depot out into space. We will see it appear. Look at that thing. And it takes time to activate the mobile depot. About a minute to activate this thing. We're just going to chill here, de-scanning, watching the one wormhole that we know of that just opened up. And we're sitting at a safe spot here with our little prospect as well until this mobile depot is done activating. The mobile depot can do way more than I thought it could. Way more than I thought it could. I thought the mobile depot was only for refitting, but it also has an insane amount of storage. It is really designed to be a little camp, like a little base camp. You can make this thing and you could live out of this. It's not a lot of storage, but it's a surprising amount of storage. Or 4, shout in local and pray to Bob, you get a friendly non-ganker. True, Envo, true. Or I guess 5, you can message me, message anybody in the Boojum chat, and we'll come get you for sure. We'll come rescue you. Okay, so this thing's done anchoring. It's not anchoring, done activating. Anchoring is different. Let's open the cargo. How much space we got in here? 3,000 meters cubed. That's a lot. I think 3,000 meters cubed is a lot of space. So even if I have very little storage space in my prospect or in whatever ship I'm using here, let's say I've got nothing left, no free space. Let's do a good example. How much free space is here? 150. So if I wanted to take, now that the mobile depot is open, by the way, and activated, if I open my fit window, I can, just by opening the fit window, I can actually, I can refit. By being in proximity of the mobile depot, having the fitting window open, I can refit. You don't have to right-click and click on Use Fitting Service. You don't have to do that. You can, but you don't have to. So let's take this cloaking device out, and it takes up a lot of space, right? Let's say that I couldn't fit this in here because I had a bunch of other stuff, and it wouldn't work. Well, what I could do is move the cloaking device to the mobile depot storage space when I unequip it, put it in here, and then finish doing what I'm doing here to make space as I put this onto my ship. There we go. So now we equip that guy. It says that we need CPU units, so that's not going to work. Yes, put this module offline. Yes. We'll turn that guy on. Okay. So now I've equipped my probe launcher. I had to turn these two off to make the CPU work because it's an expanded probe launcher for some reason. I don't need an expanded one. I don't know why I have that. I can use a normal one. And then I can, put my probes in there. And now that I've moved stuff out of this cargo hold, I can go back to the mobile depot's cargo, put it back in here, and then pick up the mobile depot and be ready to rock and roll. So realistically, you could just leave this out here, go and fly around, do a bunch of stuff, use it as a storage base, and then come pick up your stuff later. Yes, and I do believe that they last for 30 days out in J-Space. Somebody would have to find them and destroy them. I find mobile depots out in J-Space all the time, just kind of sitting there. And if it has stuff in it and you repackage it, so if I put this agency overclocker in there, click on scoop to cargo hold, it'll say there's not enough cargo space because I've got my cloaking device in there, obviously, so we need to move this guy off. So what I would do is I put my probe launcher in here, scan down all this stuff, all the wormholes and everything there, then I put my cloaking device back on my ship like we just did. Now we're good to go, and we can pick this guy up. So there's a overclocker in the storage of the mobile depot. We're going to scoop this to the cargo hold. Boop. It brings the mobile depot in the cargo hold and classically makes a cargo container that's right there that upon opening has got your agency overclocker in. So just like an MTU. Anyway, A home away from home. A little mobile depot. Perfect for nomads. Perfect for people who need a little quick refit. A place to store some things for a little while. I love mobile depots. They're great. Really fun. If I had multiple players of tunes out there doing stuff and be able to repack it and clean it up the same day, I can see it being useful, but solo. I would find, so the reason, so if, let's say glitched, let's say that I am on this character on my prospect solo, and we're going and huffing gas. This is exactly what I would use it for what we just did. To carry a probe launcher and probes, the mobile depot, my mining hold is where I'm going to put all the gas. I would scan down a system, a wormhole. I would refit to my gas fit like this, jump into the wormhole, go get all my gas, and then use my bookmarks to get out of the wormhole. If for some reason the wormhole's collapsed around me, then I would have the option to throw my mobile depot out, scan down all the signatures, and escape too. I could also just roam through J-Space like this in this prospect, not having to worry about ever going back to K-Space until my cargo is full of sweet, sweet gas, which happens relatively quickly. But that's, I think, a great use case for it. I also use it with my other ship, our fleet hangar. So we'll use the fleet hangar on our porpoise to hold all of the items and things. And then we use the mobile depot to refit and transfer things between the fleet hangar and my whatever ship I'm using. Quick problem with mobile depots. The downside is that they are really easy to scan down, easier than normal frigates. That is true. There are special mobile depots that you can get that are harder to scan down. They're more expensive, though, obviously. Dude, want to do one of these trainings during downtime to talk about the dark art of filament deep safes. Yeah, I thought about doing that, Envo. I thought about doing that. I have not made a true deep safe utilizing a filament myself. I'll probably experiment with that a little bit on my own. The reason I haven't dabbled in that much is because I'm usually not playing around downtime. And I don't really need to. We're so mobile. We're so nimble with our little nomad lifestyle here that it is very rare that I need a safe that is so far away from anything that I need a deep safe to that level, to that degree. And it takes a lot of effort to make those deep safes to get out there. Will you return before the drifters pod you? Why am I alive? I will return. We'll come say hello really quick. And then I think it'll be time for us to read out. So, as we end day 2 of our little as we end day 2 of our Wormhole Survival Guide tutorial, please let me know, like, what did we miss? What other questions do you have? What was unclear and not very well explained? If you're tuning in on YouTube later on, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about that. And for you guys who are still here in the chat, both on Twitch and on YouTube, let me know what we missed. What can we clean up and do more of in the future? Thank you guys all for being here. Thanks for giving us all your techniques and all your knowledge. Envo, by the way, I don't know if you may have missed it, but I showed off your technique that you taught me on how to make perch points utilizing probes. I went and looked at a video from the 3rd day I played EVE Online. You taught me that. And it's one of the coolest ways to make perch points that I know of. I love it. Probe perches are awesome. Yeah. Anyway, so let me know what we missed, guys. Let me know what we missed. I think I'm actually, Envo, I'm going to log off in this drifter wormhole with my Tengu for fun. We're going to get our Tengu all caught back up with our other fleet later on this week. Once we get a good little connection going. Take a quick look and see how difficult will it be for us to get there right now. ES TAC UWY. 15 jumps. 15 jumps from low sec to get out to that wormhole. Utilizing Thera. 21 jumps through null to utilizing Turner. So not too bad. We might give that a shot. Maybe see if there's a drifter wormhole that's a little bit closer. Always got a way to know in space. That's right. That's right. Okay. Elvin, by the way, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you very much. Hell yes. With that, guys, remember, this weekend, coming up this weekend, we are going to be inviting everybody to join us in Anoikos, to join us in J-Space. Bring your ships out on Saturday and Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, and Sunday's the plan. A little bit prior to that, I'm going to be sending out messages to everybody who wants to participate to let them know where the connection is going to be for the wormhole. What is that in Eve time? That is... what is it in Eve time? Eastern time is, what, plus 10 off of mean time? Off of Zulu? So that would be, is it 2200 Eve time? That can't be right. I might be doing my math backwards. It's 5, minus 5. That's right. So 4 p.m. Eve time. 4 p.m. Eve time, 1600 for you military types. Eve time on Saturday and Sunday is the plan. Now, if you want to participate, you can bring, Raven, you can bring any ship that you want. There's no rules. I would recommend you bring a medium or smaller size ship. I highly recommend you bring a ship for the content you want to do. So if you want to do exploration, bring an exploration ship, like a little frigate, a scout ship, something like that. If you want to do gas sites, bring a little gas ship, a little venture or a prospect, something like that. If you want to do rat sites, you can bring in a Gnosis or a Drake or a Caracol, really anything destroyer and up. Even frigates can sometimes do okay because there's going to be a bunch of us. We can do some ratting in there. If you can bring a cloaking device, I highly recommend that you do because that will make lives much, much easier. And the last thing I'll say is please send me a mail in-game to the Boojum. Send a mail to the Boojum with the words "Praise Bob" to let me know that you want to participate, and then I will send a message to you prior to us going live, letting you know where the wormhole is going to be, because it's going to move between now and then. So like an hour to 30 minutes before we go live, I'll send you that message, and you can join us anytime during the day during our stream. You can bring a smart bomb fit if you want. Love to. Smart bomb Proteus, yes, love that. An alt and a Gila and a Venture, that sounds like an amazing little fleet. Myrmidon for the win, absolutely, absolutely. So what's going to happen when we do that? Probably most people will die gloriously in combat. We're going to have a lot of fun, though. It's going to be great. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to have a lot of fun. And the most important thing that we do, of course, is spread the word and the teachings of Bob. Throwing out good fights, having fun conversations, good vibes with everybody that we fight and encounter in J-Space, collecting blue loot, collecting gas, relic and data sites. It's going to be great. I'm very excited. Very excited. Time to AFK all night on this uni hole, see if they'll kill me. Good luck, Envo. If you do end up getting killed, I mean, Envo, if you want, I'll just take your life and take your frozen corpse to the sun to make a sacrifice to Bob. It could be the first sacrifice that we make on our little nomad or our little open fleet invitation this weekend. That's easy day. Can totally do that. I would be honored to take your frozen form to the sun. I'll wait on the inside of Redoubt. Readout. Which one is that? Just don't do more than that to our corpse. That's right. Let's see. Which one was it? There's two of them right next to each other. The uni hole you're in? I know. I can't remember. Oh, I guess it was the one that I bookmarked, huh? Ba, 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 ba. We'll just go to, like, 50 clicks. There you are. Hello. Len, what is going on? Thank you for the follow. All right. Well, with that, I think we're going to bring our little stream to an end here. We're going to find someone to raid here in a moment. Maybe we can grab this little frozen form here. Oh, man. We're so far away. Because we can't warp closer, huh? Like, we warped into this at 50 clicks, and it warped us so far away. Get ready to cloak up in case those drifters return. Oh, back to the sun. That's a better idea. Much better idea. Oh, you're going to Sisters. Okay, let's do that.
Drive active.
These drifter holes are kind of fun. We once were lost in J space. We went on a little fleet yeet out into nullsec. One of the very first things we did. I was in a what ship was I flying? I was in a Condor. We flew out. We ended up near 1DQ. My entire fleet was destroyed except for me. I was the one survivor, and I happened to have a probe launcher with me. And we spent the next many hours wandering through all of J-Space, trying to find our way back to HiSec. We learned about the C5 highway, which we didn't really talk about during our tutorial. We learned about the C4 highway. And had just a wonderful, wonderful time. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. I am honored. Honored to have the frozen form of Toby. Oh, yes. And now, back we go into the shadows. That will be the first sacrifice we make for a lucrative, amazing, fortuitous chain of wormholes come this weekend. My service can finally rest. That's right. Oh, man. What a great time. This has been so much fun. So much fun. Elvin, thank you so much for the follow. Let's go. Hell yes. Love that. All right. Let's find ourselves a raid, everybody, huh? Let's find ourselves a raid. In service to Bob, I give my life, my loyalty, and most importantly, my corpse. Dust to stellar dust. That's right. That's right. Let's see. We've got Mr. Unlucky. Classic. They just went live. Serpent Power. We haven't checked in on them in a while. Raph about it. Contemporary. Nice. Love that. XD. Great streamers. There's so many good EVE Online streamers. My goodness. Let's raid somebody we either haven't raided in a long time or are brand new, or you know what I mean? Let's see. I don't see too many brand new streamers. Let's go with... I know who we're going to raid. We haven't raided these guys in some time. This will be fun. All right, so everybody, go ahead. Oh, Tequila. I think we raided Tequila just the other day. Tequila's a great streamer as well. A wonderful streamer. We're going to say hello to Serpent here. They're doing some solo PvP. So everybody, drop in all of our raid emotes. Say hello. And everybody say the words, Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Classically, Praise Bob. And then we will see you guys next Saturday and Sunday. Remember, send the Boojum an in-game message. Join the corporation. Join the Children of the Chain Alliance. And together, we will burn down all of known space and usher in the new age of Bob. Fly dangerous, everyone.
Jump as soon as you hit grid. Last jump for the scouting party. Then we gotta scout the wormhole.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Whoa. Let's go! Yeah! Hold. Hold. All right, here's the plan. We're going to try to burn out of this thing as fast as we can. Come on. Yes! Oh! We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh, shit. Whoa! Let's go! Ha ha ha! Perfect. All right, and the DSC is on the way. We made it. Boojum. As soon as I hit grid, I'll let you know, and you can work to me. Boojum. Boojum. Not Boojum, but Boojum.
That was fun. That was really fun.